On the blood-colored warship, many figures appeared, all of them wrapped around by gray mists, carrying killing intent as they threw themselves murderously at the silver-colored warship. In this ancient land, there were damaged stars, shattered continents everywhere. Right now, a strange and ancient ship moved over, carrying so many terrifying creatures, leaving everyone alarmed. These are war spirits? I can't see their true appearance. They are wrapped within mists. What fast speed? Someone cried out. It was because after those creatures rushed out from the ancient blood-colored ship, every one of them was fast to the extreme, rushing over to the silver warship in the blink of an eye. What is going on? They are devouring divine force. At his moment, even Wang Shi, who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, cried out in alarm, different from her usual calm and composed temperament. The others also noticed this scene, feeling greatly shocked. Those creatures rushed over like lightning, the symbols produced by the silver warship unable to stop them. It was because they devoured divine force, quickly refining it. This situation was definitely worse than terrible. These creatures just too strange. These are precisely the war spirits, devouring divine force, and then turning it into its own strange force. You all have to be careful, an elder reminded. The elders didn't stop them, having the students deal with them. It was because they had an even more important task. They continuously monitored the blood-colored ancient ship, staring at it. Oh, sure enough, the blood-colored ancient ship released roaring sounds, shaking up this entire place. That type of sound was enough to blast large amounts of experts to death. Fortunately, there were a few elders who were protecting this place, not letting those on the silver warship encounter too much trouble. There are ancient ancestor war spirits overseeing this place. Things are much more troublesome, third elder said, expression becoming serious. The reason why they didn't move, only staring at the blood-colored ancient ship, was precisely because they were waiting for these types of big fellas to appear. In the warship, several frightening creatures appeared, their eyes releasing sinister radiance, peering through the gray mist and watching this place coldly. Those were extremely terrifying war spirits who could fight decisive battles against the elders. Right now, both sides confronted each other. Oh! A loud roar sounded. A giant creature on the blood-colored ancient ship moved. This individual, one of the most powerful battle spirits, turned into a streak of lightning, rushing over. Pong! At the same time, Heavenly Deity Institution's 4th elder took action, jumping out of the silver warship to face that creature. Dazzling light erupted between the two, roars sounding continuously. With a chi sound, another war spirit with venerable status flew over from the blood-colored ancient warship, slaughtering its way over. It was definitely not the slightest bit weaker than the one from just now. From Heavenly Deity Institution, 5th elder appeared, facing it in the air. This was a great battle at the peak, a clash between the most powerful individuals. Which one of Heavenly Deity Institution's elders weren't hidden experts? They all had extraordinary backgrounds in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Just a stamp of their feet was enough to make all sides tremble. However, here, they were stopped by war spirit leaders, unable to immediately defeat their opponent. Then, the few leaders on the blood-colored ancient ship all moved, personally slaughtering their way over. As a result, the elders all moved, facing this enemy, all of them joining the fight. At the same time, the students on the silver warship finally saw the creatures who landed on this warship, what they were really like. Ah! Someone screamed. It was because the war spirits who were pressing forward really were a bit frightening. The gray fog around their bodies scattered, exposing their true selves. These creatures were of all different oddities and appearances, as if the experts of different powerful clans were merged together, their appearances just too strange. For example, there was a war spirit that was a monkey with 3 heads and 6 arms, while the war spirit on another side was like an ocean clam, having a human body, but 2 enormous shells rested at its side like wings. There were even stranger creatures, ones with human bodies, fiend heads, ghost flames flickering about, sinister fangs protruding outwards, incomparably sinister. They are corpses. Someone cried out loudly, now seeing clearly, Finally knowing the meaning behind the term war spirits, what they were here for, the others quickly saw them, their eyes widening one after another. It was simply the living seeing ghosts. This really was the case, everyone being greatly affected. These were all heroic spirits that were killed in battle. They were previously unresigned in death, left with regrets, in the end becoming war spirits. Soon afterwards, they realized how terrifying these creatures were, every one of them incomparably vicious, directly attacking at their primordial spirits. It was because they were transformed from dead heroic spirits, the wills left behind by former powerful experts having special fates. After receiving a near endless amount of time's nourishments, they gradually developed a new consciousness. This was precisely a war spirit. The silver warship was being attacked. These creatures devoured divine force, quickly converting it into their own spiritual essence. Even though the silver warship was a warship of the utmost quality, right now it still couldn't hold on. Comparatively speaking, these creatures were just like material-eating vermin, quickly breaking through the barrier of light around the silver warship, all of them swarming over. There were creatures that got onto the ship, now standing in the same place as the Academy's students. One of the female students was attacked, having her shoulder torn into by the war spirits, an arm directly ripped off. It was incredibly savage. These were spirits too barbaric and wild, directly tearing off a woman's arm, the scene leaving everyone shocked. It was because that woman's strength wasn't weak, but the other party arrived in an instant. The students all took emergency measures, defending themselves. Be careful. Protect your primordial spirits. Someone transmitted sound, reminding everyone. Just now, the reason why that woman suffered so greatly was because her primordial spirit suffered an attack, causing her to momentarily enter a daze, her divine senses suffering damage, which made her reaction speed half a step too late. The war spirit then grabbed an arm, directly ripping it off. Oh! The roaring sounds were ear-splitting, as if a malicious spirit was weeping. At this moment, there were several dozen to over 100 war spirits who all threw themselves onto the silver warship, moreover breaking through the barrier of light and rushing in. True danger had arrived. This was a life and death trial. Chi! A green luan spread its wings, flames surging around it, covering everything below. Everyone could see that Xianxia was currently being pursued. Miserable cries sounded, many of them unable to avoid disaster. Their divine senses were first attacked, and then there were people whose bodies suffered destructive attacks. In that instant, 3 people on the warship were directly killed, impossible to rescue. These damn things all developed intelligence. Are they about to become sentient ancient corpses? Extremely difficult to subdue, Xianxia said, his way of thinking completely different from everyone else's. Kill! Lu Tuo roared. He already took action, just like Xianxia, extremely domineering and ferocious, fighting against these intruders. They aren't sentient corpses, but the result of transformed divine senses. Bodies formed from divine senses, hoping to become just like a real existence one day. Not far out, Second Elder, who was currently fighting a decisive battle against the war spirit leaders, said with a decisive tone. Not too far from Xianxia, a blue-clad young lady suffered a disaster, unable to react at all. The space between her brows split, red blood flowing down, her entire being becoming dispirited and listless. It was precisely under this type of situation that the war spirits became even more vicious. With a pu sound, they immediately attacked, directly tearing that young lady in half, blood pouring out like rain. This scene was extremely bloody, leaving all those nearby horrified. However, what could they do? They didn't have any better methods, because these war spirits were too strange, their spiritual force terrifyingly great, immediately delivering a blow to their primordial spirits. Meanwhile, at the center, there were some whose primordial spirits truly couldn't withstand these attacks, which was why they suffered so severely immediately after trading attacks. On the silver warship, a group of strange creatures roared, launching a full-on attack. In that instant, there were many people who were injured, even more who were torn to pieces, the scene just too horrible, blood dyeing the silver warship red. Kill! This was Xianxia's voice. Killing intent surged within him. He attacked viciously, about to unleash a great killing disaster. Pooh! Sure how moved his arm, smashing out a fist, directly blasting through a war spirit's chest. However, it didn't die. It released a shrill cry that was extremely sad and shrill. Bo! This continued until Sure Hao's other hand rushed out, crushing his skull with a single finger, and only then was there a momentary peacefulness. Truly not a flesh body. After Sure Hao killed these war spirits, he discovered that there were no corpses left behind. They turned into spiritual energy that slowly scattered. It seemed like a true body, but was actually produced when their minds became powerful enough, primarily made of spirit. Good! These were some who shouted because Sure Hao was the first one who killed a war spirit, extremely decisive and efficient. Ao. However, this seemed to have stirred up the hornet's nest. When the other war spirits saw this, they all released shrill screams, surrounding and attacking together to end Sure Hao's life. There were 9-headed divine birds, human form heavenly scorpions, bifong, and others, all of them ridiculously powerful. Pooh! Sure Hao formed a fist imprint, blasting apart another war spirit, making these creatures go crazy, throwing themselves at him. And, in that instant, he felt an intense pain between his brows. These creatures' spiritual force really was too great, attacking at his primordial spirit from all directions, as if there were immortal swords that hacked over one after another, stabbing at his soul. Hong! A screen of light surged around his body. That was the single heavenly passage, able to block even spiritual force. A drop of blood flowed out from the space between Sure Hao's brows. Couldn't be considered too great of an injury. He now went all out, unleashing a great massacre here. Pooh! He continuously took action, crushing 9 heads in succession, killing the 9-headed divine bird. After he killed this especially powerful war spirit, he suddenly felt a refreshing feeling, a wave of spiritual essence drifting over, nourishing his primordial spirit. The war spirits could nourish the soul? Sure Hao was shocked, and then revealed a surprised expression. He quickly rushed forward, rushing murderously at the war spirits. Everyone was stupefied because many of them suffered greatly. Their primordial spirits were injured, yet Huang rushed into the war spirits just like that, fighting alone, truly too terrifying. A wave of cold energy swept over. Sure Hao felt greatly refreshed, as if he ate long life medicine. His primordial spirit was being nourished, having a vague feeling of becoming stronger. Kill! He released a light shout, continuously taking action. Right now, a large group of creatures appeared on the silver warship, every one of them extremely powerful, but they were all treated by him as food. In reality, this group of war spirits also saw him as prey to hunt, swarming over because he was the first one to kill a war spirit here. Show! A purple-colored radiance rushed over, shooting out like an immortal war spear, shattering the cosmos, directly descending here. This was a scorpion tail. It drew out an arc in the air, stabbing towards Sure Hao's head, fierce and precise, penetrating and berserk, speed just too fast. It was precisely a human-shaped heavenly scorpion, its body not any different from that of a human's. It had thick purple hair, its eyes sparkling like blades, a scorpion tail extending out from his rear, looking like it was cast from violet gold. The scorpion tail pierced over, penetrating the void. When the sharp end approached, the space between Sure Hao's brows felt intense pain. Even with the single heavenly passage protecting him, his forehead still felt as if there were needles stabbing at him, trying to pierce through. This was a mental attack. This was especially the case when he was facing this humanoid heavenly scorpion, its tail blessed by heaven, even more domineering when it released spiritual attacks. In Sure Hao's surroundings, a few cultivators from Heavenly Deity Institution cried out loudly, because they weren't that far away, also affected by the spiritual force. There were some whose foreheads already split open, their primordial spirits seriously injured. This was only being affected by being nearby, not like Sure Hao who was currently suffering the brunt of the attack. War spirits, the most terrifying part of them were soul attacks. It wiped out one's divine senses, cut down their primordial spirit, impossible to defend effectively against. Hong. Shurhao released a low roar, activating the single heavenly passage, making it surge with radiance. In addition, the space between his brows shone, a symbol vaguely appearing there. It was like an engraving, bright and dazzling. His mental force was surging, erupting with power as he faced this war spirit. At the same time, his body also moved, quickly taking steps out, sweeping forward like a crazy gate, blasting aside all of the other war spirits as he charged straight for the humanoid heavenly scorpion. Dang! He raised a hand, actually grabbing that sparkling purple scorpion tail. Brilliant light erupted in between, the sound as if metals struck into each other. At this moment, the two made contact, the scorpion tail actually warping, about to break. However, a bit of blood also appeared from the space between Shurhao's brows, currently feeling incredible pain. This scorpion tail was a tangible embodiment of spiritual force. None of these war spirits had true bodies. All bodies condensed after their spirits became powerful enough. Gotcha. However, in the end, Shurhao still twisted and broke that scorpion tail, tearing it off. Then he rose into the air, a kick smashing into the humanoid heavenly scorpion. Precious techniques appeared one after another. The heavenly scorpion was definitely not simple, using spiritual force to protect itself. However, that person's legs still approached, smashing into its body with a pung sound. The humanoid heavenly scorpion first staggered back a bit, and then immediately afterwards his chest area cracked apart. Then, his entire body exploded. Shurhao's foot just carried too much force. Even if it were large amounts of archaic divine mountains before him, they would still be smashed into ashes, unstoppable. When this powerful war spirit fell, it turned into strand after strand of spiritual essence that scattered in all directions. A bit of mental force turned into a rain of light, making Shurhao feel as if he was bathing in autumn winds. This type of light rain, for his primordial spirit, was a great mending medicine, extremely comfortable, making his surroundings bright and sparkling, as if he was going to sprout wings and ascend. His primordial spirit force increased somewhat. Shurhao's primordial spirit force was powerful to being with, long turning into a venerable small-seated creature, foundation strong and solid. Now, he discovered some clues to strengthen it further, so he naturally wouldn't let this chance go. Chi. A strand of immortal energy appeared on his arm, winding around his hand. Then, it formed a spotlessly white sword body, completely formed from condensed immortal energy. Kill! Shurhao shouted, starting to rush at his enemy, fighting intensely against them. This was a chaotic battle. The war spirit's spiritual power was too great, extremely difficult to deal with. If not for Shurhao being peerless in his generation, he would have fallen a long time ago. One could see just how frightening this type of creature was. Ah! Not far out, a young man in blue-gold armor had his head crushed by a vicious bird's claws, dying on the spot. Pooh! On the other side, even though a woman resisted with everything she had, her forehead bone still cracked, pressured by powerful spiritual force. Then, a strange snake flew over, snapping her neck. The gray strange snake wasn't long, only a meter or so in length, but it was terrifyingly powerful. That woman who cultivated immortal energy was unexpectedly not a match, the precious techniques ineffective against it, crushed to death on the spot. These things are too sinister. How are we supposed to deal with them? Someone cried out loudly. Everyone began to panic because unless it was Shurhao, Lu Tuo, Wang Shi, and people like these, normal cultivators weren't a match at all. It was one thing if they couldn't deal with the war spirit leaders, but even normal war spirits possessed incomparable and exuberant spiritual force, difficult for them to face. This was just the beginning. Yet the academy students already died one after another. They were all heaven-warping talents, yet in the end they died mysterious here. It really was too much of a waste. They felt a type of flusteredness inside, a few people losing the courage to continue fighting. Just this bit of skill, can't even kill a war spirit, yet you want to face the foreign side? The appearance of any one of those ancient families' emperor clan members is enough to sweep through the entire war spirit ancient ship. The protector's descendant Dugu Yun spoke. He watched as a bystander the entire time, not taking action, these words making many people alarmed and humiliated. Pu. Lu Tua took action, killing a three-eyed divine ape. The moment it was killed, he felt his primordial spirit become nourished, becoming a bit stronger. He now knew why Shi Hao took the initiative to kill these war spirits. Then Wang Shi, 10-Crown King, Princess Yao Yu and the others also discovered some clues, this place immediately becoming chaotic. All those who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy all took action. This time, the war spirits' vicious attacks were counteracted. Killing these war spirits can actually nourish the soul, strengthen the primordial spirit. They are formed from spiritual force, able to transform our divine senses. The others also went crazy. Now that there was no path of retreat, these war spirits all extremely vicious, continuously attacking, they might as well throw caution to the wind and fight with everything they had, perhaps able to even profit from this disaster, making themselves stronger. The situation immediately changed. Even though the war spirits were strong, there were Wang Shi, Xian Kuan, Shi Hao, 10-Crown King, and others. Even Dugu Yun took action, immediately launching a ferocious counterattack. Pong! Shi Hao gripped a gray-colored strange snake with a single motion. Even though it was less than a meter in length, it was extremely strong. If not for Shi Hao's strength being above his peers, it would have immediately struggled free. Unless one cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, they couldn't deal with this snake. However, Shi Hao was quite dissatisfied, feeling extremely annoyed. Just a war spirit, yet still this ridiculous. His hands exerted power, tearing at the strange snake. In the end, this snake struggled free, for clawed arms reached out from its belly. Other than its head, the other parts were just like a true dragon. CSI. The gray-colored strange snake's tongue shot out. In that instant, a spiritual field was produced, actually matching Shi Hao's single heavenly passage. The two of them fought intensely. Really is strange and sinister. A drop of blood trickled out from between Shi Hao's brows, becoming more and more dissatisfied. This snake really was too terrifying. If it was anyone else, they would have likely been killed as soon as they made contact. Even Shi Hao felt extremely strained, had no choice but to face it with all of his strength. What kind of background does this stupid snake have? He used all his strength to tear the snake's body, wishing to rip it apart. In the distance, the great battle became more and more intense. In front of that blood-colored ancient ship, several ancient war spirits displayed world-shocking magical force one after another, fighting intensely against the elders, actually able to move stars, affect the damaged ancient realm. Hong! They fought until the sun and moon were without light, heaven and earth losing color. Cold winds roared about, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. Cannot underestimate these war spirits. Any one of them were previously exceptional heroes. Even while fighting the great battle, Second Elder was still transmitting sound and giving pointers to the students fighting on the silver warship. In the past, all those who left behind remnant wills were all exceptional figures. Their primordial spirits were powerful enough, and only because of that was there a chance of them leaving behind a hint of remnant divine will and other things after dying. Meanwhile, these wills who had the opportunity to grow and evolve once more, becoming a type of soul body, they were precisely war spirits. That is why you all feel that the war spirits are powerful, impossible to defeat. But don't feel discouraged, because they were all exceptional individuals in their previous lives. Second Elder said. When everyone heard these words, they felt much better. Otherwise, many of them felt like their own strength was truly too lacking. That strange snake is related to the true dragon. Suddenly, Second Elder was shocked, staring at the gray strange snake Shi Hao was fighting intensely against, revealing an expression of shock. That can't be, it really is that snake. In the past, there was a strange snake that appeared from a stone cliff next to a true dragon nest. It became an unmatched expert, but ultimately died in Realm Tomb. Fourth Elder also released a cry of alarm. It was because no matter how these creatures changed, becoming spiritual bodies, forgotten in the past, when they took form, they were still similar to their bodies in their previous lives. Heavenly Deity Institution's elders recognized many spirit bodies that were formed from remnant wills of legendary experts. For example, the nine-headed divine bird, white gold lion, and others, all of them previously having a glorious reputation. This strange snake was even more clearly recorded and portrayed in the bone books. It had previously warped and weaved in the heavens above and earth below, rarely encountering enemies, dying endless years ago. Pooh! The space between Hao's brows split open. The moment wisps of blood appeared, he still killed the gray strange snake, using his single heavenly passage to neutralize its spiritual field, while he himself even more so engaged in a true contest of strength with it. The strange snake wasn't a real body, only formed from divine senses. In the end, it was torn apart and then exploded. Immediately afterwards, the space between Hao's brows healed, his mind feeling refreshed and clear. This strange snake was too powerful. The vital energy that was released truly a great mending medicine, making Hao's primordial spirit sparkling and shining. This strange great snake was the leader of the war spirits who attacked the silver warship. After it was killed, it immediately caused panic. Meanwhile, the blood-colored ancient ship's battle was also decided. Several ancient ancestor-level war spirits not a match for Second Elder and the others. Almost all killed here. Hong. Second Elder even more so took action, hacking apart that ancient ship. Oh! The war spirits that were fighting intensely against Heavenly Deity Institution students all cried out, as if they were going mad. They rushed towards the shattered ship, abandoning this battlefield. A complete soul force seed. Second Elder was shocked. The moment the blood-colored ancient warship split open, all types of objects fell out. Apart from this, there was a shining seed that released astonishing soul force, shining here. A priceless seed. Fifth Elder exclaimed with astonishment. The reason they came was to find all types of immortal seeds, because this group of students were cultivating the ancient methods, all of them needing a seed. They actually discovered one, moreover one that was ridiculously good. Kill! Everyone on the silver warship chased after, pursuing the war spirits, all of them approaching that seed. In reality, the reason why these war spirits withdrew was completely because they wanted to seize that soul force seed, wishing to merge it into themselves. Hao slaughtered in and out, unknown just how many war spirits he eliminated. Definitely like a killing god, killing to the point of making those war spirits panic, shudder with fear. During this process, Hao became stronger the more he fought. His divine senses continuously being nourished, his primordial spirit becoming stronger, becoming more and more outstanding. Pang! He exchanged a blow with Wang Shi, and then continuously fought against Lu Tuo, even trading an attack with 10 Crown King's Dragon Fist, the scene extremely intense. None of the elders took action, watching silently. They were only in charge of stopping the ancient ancestor-level war spirits. Everything else was left up to the students to compete over. Hao was also in this battle, his body as if covered in a layer of sacred light, forming a divine disk, brilliant and holy. Imprison! He shouted loudly. That single heavenly passage became brilliant, auspicious light surging out from within, immediately locking down the soul force seed, pulling it into his single heavenly passage. This battle has come to an end. The struggle is finished, Second Elder said, not allowing them to destroy each other. The blood-colored ancient ship was in tatters, broken things everywhere. A group of war spirits shrieked about, seizing the various things here. Under Heavenly Deity Institution elders' eyes and intimidation. Even though they were unwilling, they had no choice but to escape. Otherwise, a single mistake might result in all of them being killed. Before approaching, many creatures looked at Hao, giving the soul force seed in his single heavenly passage a look, the desire burning in their eyes making one shiver all over. However, they didn't dare stay behind or do anything, disappearing into the fog. Everything within Realm Tomb became extremely quiet, the battles here stopping. At this moment, all of the Academy students looked towards Hao, staring at his harvest. Lu Tuo, Wang Shi, and the others' eyes were like lightning, finding this a bit hard to accept. Only second elder had already spoken, so they couldn't really fight over it. Everyone felt incredibly jealous. The blood-colored ancient ship was shattered. The soul force seed that fell out could be said to be the greatest treasure. Its value was impossible to assess. Xianxia was also observing it. Inside the single heavenly passage, a seed sparkled and shone, only the size of a fist. It was like a blue-colored heart, carrying sparkling luster. Xianxia held it in his hands, feeling a wave of comfortable feeling. His primordial spirit received nourishment. Divine will continuously being strengthened. This was definitely good stuff. Forget about everything else. Just the fact that it could nourish the soul already made everyone's eyes turn red with greed. It was absolutely priceless. However, if it really was used to nourish the soul, then it was a bit of a waste because this was a seed rarely seen since ancient times. It could be used to merge with the body, cultivate immortal ancient methods. We came here precisely to find all different types of Tao seeds suitable for oneself. Now we obtained a soul force seed. This really is quite the great start. Third elder encouraged. Soul force seed, it was related to the primordial spirit. This type of thing could definitely be considered an extremely valuable holy object. Even though it is inferior to the world tree sapling, nascent cosmos seeds, but it is still extremely rare, can be considered one of the highest level Tao seeds. Fifth elder said with a sigh, even he was quite moved. This is a grade 2 immortal seed. We had just entered Realm Tomb, yet it was already obtained by someone. Truly tremendous luck. Heavenly Deity Institution students were incredibly envious, even more people feeling great jealousy. This type of thing could only be discovered and not sought after, one of the legendary unmatched seeds. This type of gain was definitely a joyous thing, making them forget the intense battle and dangers from just now, all of them overwhelmed by emotions. All right, we should go on our way, fourth elder reminded. Everyone snapped back to reality. When they saw the blood and skeletal remains all over the silver warship, they all shivered inwardly. Their companions died previously just like that. They knew how dangerous this journey was. The slightest bit of carelessness might result in their body and Tao being erased. The silver warship continued forward, carrying all of them as it moved through ancient realm ruins one after another. If I may ask, second elder, how many seeds can a single person merge with? Along the way, Xianxia asked second elder who was the strongest among the people here for guidance. When everyone heard this, they all became shocked. Why would he ask this? Could it be that he wanted to enlarge his prospects? Those who walked at the very forefront all knew how to boast. The crucial point of cultivating immortal ancient methods is to be single-minded, not allow one's mind to be distracted. You didn't even start, yet you already want to merge with other seeds. This is a great taboo, second elder warned. When Xianxia heard this, he began to think to himself. He nodded, wishing to put the soul force seed away. Tao brother, if you don't like this seed, I am willing to exchange for it with an ancient heavenly art with you. Right at this moment, someone walked over, secretly transmitting sound with Xianxia. Even though the soul force seed couldn't compare to the world tree or nascent cosmos seeds, it wasn't something ordinary people could obtain. It was difficult even for long-life families to obtain. There were some things that needed fate, not something that could be obtained just because your clan is powerful. A few people looked over, recognizing that person. All of them couldn't help but reveal strange looks. It was because they knew his identity. He was handling affairs for a long-life family. This person looks like a loose cultivator from the outside, but he actually has a great relationship with the Feng clan, someone said softly. Don't tell me he wishes to exchange for that Tao seed with Huang? His appetite really is too great. Even though there was no way to seize the divine will transmitted sound, there were still some who guessed at what he was trying to do. Correct, he doesn't have the qualifications to possess the soul force seed alone at all. Nor does he have anything valuable enough to use as exchange. It is clearly an exchange carried out in Feng clan's place. Some people came to this conclusion. Xianxia's face immediately sunk. He loathed the Feng clan. The reason why Yuan Qing dealt with him, wishing to suppress him for 10 years, was precisely incited by the Feng clan. and he even more so killed this clan's young supreme being Feng Xingtian in Immortal battlefield. Now, the Feng clan already suspected him might try to get revenge at any time. Under the current situation, how could he hand the Soul Force seed to Feng clan? I'm not exchanging it. I am keeping this seed to use myself. Shihao spoke directly and decisively. Not only did he loathe the Feng clan, he really did want to use it for himself. In his opinion, things related to the primordial spirit were extremely important, so how could he waste this type of seed? He definitely had to make the most of it. Dao brother. It is actually a long-life family who wishes to exchange with you, this young man said. He had a head of gray hair, even his eyes gray-colored. He spoke rather calmly. Feng clan? Shihao asked indifferently. Precisely. The gray-haired male nodded. Before he came here, the Feng clan had previously informed him that regardless of who it was that obtained a rare seed, he had to do his best to acquire it. Only, there was one thing he didn't know, which was that Shihao killed Feng Xingtian, long becoming like water and fire with the Feng clan. Meanwhile, there was no way the Feng clan would tell him these things. Shihao gave him a cold look, killing intent surging. This person broke out into a cold shiver, unable to speak another word. He quickly withdrew, not daring to talk anymore. The silver warship moved forward, traversing through the damaged ancient Earths, crossing damaged worlds one after another. Everyone was shocked, seeing the remains of many prehistoric civilizations. What a huge skull! Someone cried out with shock, seeing a severed head that was as large as a star. Its appearance was sinister, floating in the dusky sky. It had a head of withered yellow long hair that was like dead grass. Its skin also an earthen yellow, dried up and without luster, its vital energy clearly all dried up. A head this large really left all of the students frightened. This is the third ancient ancestor of the Golden Giant race. According to what was recorded in history books, he had long been able to split heaven and earth, flesh able to move through the stellar space. An elder said with a sigh. However, there was nothing that could have been done. This venerable golden giant ancient ancestor still died here, fully displaying the mysteriousness and terror of this place. Shihao sighed with astonishment. He had previously seen golden giants, but they were nothing more than a few dozen zhang in height. However, this ancestor's head was even larger than a star, the difference too great. It is even more dangerous ahead. We are approaching the ancient land where seeds are grown. Everyone has to act cautiously and carefully. Fourth elder warned. Everyone was waiting. They came here precisely for the sake of collecting so-called immortal seeds, Dao seeds, so they had to continue even if there were dangers. Otherwise, they would have given up ahead of time. Just a group of insignificant insects, yet still dare to enter this place? Right at this time, a low roar that shook heaven and earth sounded, shaking up the silver warship. Everyone's minds began to shake, almost collapsing here. This voice was too domineering, full of disdain. No heavenly deity institution people in sight. Everyone's minds trembled. There were actually living creatures here. Were they going to meet them? Only there was a clear hostility. They didn't know if the elders could win. There is no need to pay him any attention, second elder said with a resolute tone. When faced with a divine existence, you all aren't going to kneel down and bow? That voice carried mockery, saying coldly. When everyone heard this, they all became angry. Who was this person? Nothing more than a prisoner. Second elder said coldly, not wishing to say any more. The silver warship continued forward, quickly moving through this place. Right at this time, a black shadow appeared, towering between heaven and earth. Even though it was a bit indistinct, that type of aura was too abnormal, astonishing, and frightening. One could vaguely make out that it wore a five-colored crown made from immortal gold that flowed with brilliant colors. Only, its body was dried up and withered, too indistinct, unable to see clearly. Meanwhile, in its hands, there was a wooden staff that carried mysterious demonic power, as if an ancient emperor was reappearing. Foreign, Emperor Clan. Dugu Yun suddenly spoke, his expression changing greatly. When he heard that ancient divine sound, his mind began to tremble. Emperor Clan? Regardless of what kind of status he has, there is no need to worry. He has been imprisoned for many years, cut off from the rest of the world, almost unable to even preserve his own life. An elder said, this was a projection. There was a mysterious, terrifying individual trapped in a certain place. After endless time had passed, he still didn't die, waiting for a chance to break free. Fools who don't know the difference between life and death, even daring to contradict me? Your ancestors had previously prostrated at my feet, bowing and worshipping me. This creature was quite aggressive. Second elder didn't say anything, directly activating the 9 Phoenix Furnace to protect the silver worship, moreover blasting that head. Actually this thing, that person said coldly. He withdrew, the projection disappearing. It was because the 9 Phoenix Furnace previously had more materials, storing immortal Tao magical artifacts, unmatched treasures. However, there was a bit of a haze covering their minds. When they saw a living foreign emperor clan ancestor sealed in this realm tomb, everyone's minds were heavy. If they managed to escape, that would definitely be a huge disaster. They continued forward, witnessing many tattered worlds along the way. There were even more great cracks, unknown as to where they lead to. There was one time when they actually discovered a bloody ghost city drifting in the void, leaving many elders horrified. What is that? Suddenly, after experiencing a moment of chaotic time and space, many people cried out in alarm. It was because they saw resplendent golden light, as well as surging chaotic energy. Then, they saw a tree that was entirely golden in color. It towered in heavenly space, leaves propping up stars, just like the legends. Heavens! Is that a world tree? What am I looking at? There is a piece of world stone, an enormous treasure. It is together with that golden ancient tree. Everyone cried out in alarm, becoming incomparably excited, feeling fired up. The golden giant tree supported heaven and earth, covered in endless golden leaves, every leaf able to support the sun, moon, and stars. This was a type of magnificent scene. Everyone became stupefied. This was a world tree no matter how they looked at it. I'm not seeing things, am I? An ancient tree that splits the skies and divides the earth, branches and leaves full of endless stars. This shouldn't be that type of paramount mother tree, right? Everyone gulped down their saliva, eyes burning with greed, voices even trembling a bit. Many people felt a great desire towards this tree. This kind of tree had undergone millions and millions of years of evolution. If they truly grasped it, they wouldn't be scared even if this entire world was destroyed in the future. This was an object of creation, opening a world, transforming a true unmatched universe. There were people who rushed out of the worship because they felt like there was a great opportunity. Doing this might be extremely dangerous, but if they really did succeed, who knows, they might become one of those with the greatest natural luck from past to present. Several Taoist figures left the worship, rushing into the great void crack, leaping towards that giant golden tree, wishing to ascend that treetop. The elders didn't stop them. They were also extremely shocked, trying to figure out if this was a world tree. It was because if it was, this would affect too much. Hazy chaotic energy and golden multicolored light continuously scattered down. Those individuals were completely trapped, unable to advance forward, and then their bodies shook violently, breaking apart inch by inch. Pooh! Blood erupted, scarlet mist scattered about, forming a red expanse. Those individuals all disappeared, body and spirits extinguished. Everyone's backs began to shiver coldly, couldn't help but take steps backwards. This ancient tree wasn't good to approach, actually this sinister, able to imperceptibly kill. It is just like the legends. It is evolving, having the chance to become a world tree. Second elder's expression became serious, this sentence alone pointing out many issues. This tree couldn't be considered a true mature body, still on the path of evolution. What does it have to do to be considered successful? Shurhao asked. He wasn't too unfamiliar with this type of tree. He had previously even fought on one before. In the past, he and the little pagoda stirred up great trouble on Undying Mountain to rescue the undying existence, and then afterwards, entered a strange space, previously seeing a golden ancient sun tree, Precisely this one. Later on, this tree rose into the air together with a world stone, entering the high realms, rumored to be heading for Star Grave. However, there was no trace of it to be found in the 3,000 provinces. When it truly becomes a world tree, it wouldn't be like this. It could split heaven and earth, and there will be creatures residing on it, for example, true dragons, Kuanpong, and others. Fourth elder said. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but become stupefied. That kind of ancient tree really was something only the true dragon and others had the qualifications to reside in. Before it succeeds, the highest level creatures will descend. At that time, helping it resist all types of disasters together. An elder added, the so-called disaster was not just a heavenly tribulation. There were other creatures who would come to attack, trying to fight over the world tree. When that time came, the creatures who resided on it would help it fend off these creatures. Xianxia never expected to encounter the ancient golden tree here. Could it be that the so-called Star Grave and Realm Tomb were interconnected, and that was why it came here? All ancient trees who wish to become world trees must come to Realm Grave and acquire imprints from the sea of shattered ancient worlds. From this speeding up their evolution. Second elder said, There is a creature, a woman over there. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, seeing a miraculous scene on the treetop with his heavenly eyes. On that pitch-black and heavy world stone, there was a chaotic ancient palace, even more so a woman covered in golden multicolored light. On the treetop, there was a flower that flickered with divine multicolored light, produced by the golden ancient tree. Now it had long blossomed, a woman seated inside, incredibly pure and holy, her body bathed in golden light. She had a head of long golden hair that was like flames, incredibly dazzling. Her skin was spotlessly white and sparkling like fine jade. Right now, her eyes were closed, her eyelashes extremely long, slightly curled upwards. She wore a muslin skirt, her body extremely slender and straight, curves perfect, appearance beautiful, not a single flaw to be found, as if she was the heaven's greatest masterpiece. This was, without a doubt, an exceptional beauty. There were golden wings behind her back. She sat on a flower in the half-world tree, possessing an extraordinary and unsurpassable beauty, untainted and pure. This naturally produced a commotion. There was actually a creature living on the half-world tree. Xianxia revealed a look of shock. He had seen this woman before. In the past, when the golden flower on the ancient sun tree bloomed, he seen this woman come into existence with his own eyes. She was actually still there, not leaving this entire time. With a schwa sound, that woman opened her eyes, pure and perfect, deep like the cosmos. Her temperament began to quickly change. She looked at everyone, and then looked at Xianxia, revealing a smile, extremely calm, but enough to topple cities, making everyone feel a wave of panic. On the warship, aside from the few elders, they were all youngsters, young and vigorous. In that instant, many people's hearts were beating heavily, greatly affected. She is smiling towards me, someone said quietly, becoming extremely excited. No, she is smiling towards me, someone disputed. The elders were all discontent, releasing a cold snort, and only then did everyone close their mouths. There were people who had good eyes, feeling like that woman was smiling towards Xianxia, making them feel a great sense of shock. Is there a chance to capture this tree? An elder asked. Even those as powerful as them didn't have much confidence against this ancient tree. Extremely difficult. Also, once we interfere, its evolution speed will slow. The main thing is that I fear we will not be able to capture it, second elder said. When a tree evolved to this extent, it long comprehended the world's various restrictions. If they really did fight, even if the most powerful experts of this world came, they would still suffer a loss. Such a large tree, how can it be used as a seed? Princess Yao Yu nodded. Who could merge with it? This wasn't a world tree sapling, it was too large. An elder nodded, saying, unless it undergoes rebirth, turning into a sapling, it will be useless for you all. Right at this time, that great void crack became blurry. The half-world tree was moving. It was about to depart into the distance, moving through various damaged ancient worlds. Second Elder made a prompt choice, making an extremely important but extremely risky decision. Follow it. It's too dangerous. There were elders who opposed this. There are dangers in following it, but there is also great natural luck. It is evolving, needing to head to all different places of natural luck. If we follow behind it, we might be able to obtain many of the highest level Tao seeds. The giant golden tree moved, passing by continents one after another. Along the way, everyone saw many strange scenes, large amounts of mysterious tombs, skeletons of deities that were even larger than stars. A scarlet sea of flowers that was devoid of life but bright red. Suddenly, that ancient tree stopped, descending in an incredibly vast place. A single glance unable to see the other end of this place. This was a continent, as if it was formed from condensed cosmos, vast and boundless, 5 types of spiritual essence converging here, forming surging 5-colored divine light. 5 elements earth. An elder cried out. The limits of this continent couldn't be seen, formed from 5 interweaving colors, representing the 5 elements. There were some areas that roiled with earthen yellow gases, surging like waves. Other places were dark blue like the sea, the beauty making one feel intoxicated. There were other places that flourished with greenery, exuberant and lush with life, incredibly fresh and clean. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, not a single one was missing. This place produced source energy, representing different types of fundamental source. They merged together, circulated about, vast and boundless. The half-world tree took root in this great earth, gathering as much of the 5 types of energy as it could. Different colors flashed about, from gentle to violent, back to calm and peaceful, continuously changing. There are extremely precious 5-element seeds here, separately metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the amount is definitely not few. If there is an opportunity, then there is a chance of obtaining them. Third Elder said excitedly. The silver warship descended, unexpectedly losing balance here, smashing into this 5 elements continent. 5 different types of divine light surged, this place becoming dazzling. Be careful. This ancient land is full of mysteries. Normal people unable to find it at all, let alone entering. There are quite a few strange things about this place, so you all cannot act carelessly. An elder reminded. All of the students got off the ship, preparing to head out. Suddenly, the earth below Xianxia sunk in. He fell into a red ancient cave, raging flames overflowing into the heavens here. Immortal energy dense, immediately flaring out. Heavens, a flame seed. Someone cried out in alarm. The moment Xianxia fell, a seed in the ancient cave was disturbed, wishing to rise up. As a result, Xianxia activated 3 strands of immortal energy, immediately binding it in place. No one expected that someone would find a rare fire Tao seed so quickly after just arriving. Everyone was pleasantly surprised, quickly scattering into different directions in search of their own opportunities. Second Elder was moved, saying to himself, perhaps there really will be great natural luck. Rumor has it that there is a 5 elements immortal seed in this ancient land, a flawless seed comparable to a nascent cosmos seed. Everyone, listen well. One of the most powerful seeds from ancient times is here. You all need to seize the opportunity. Third Elder shouted. One of the most powerful seeds since ancient times. This line alone made the blood of all the youngsters boil, feeling greatly stirred up. Who didn't wish to reach the peak of martial Tao? Since they already stepped on this path, choosing to cultivate ancient methods, then they definitely had to choose a seed most suitable for themselves. Only then could they display all of their potential. From the ancient times until now, the most powerful immortal seeds could only be chosen from world tree sapling, nascent cosmos seed, and a select few. Right now, there was another that appeared before them, so how could everyone not be stirred up? Regardless of whether they were male or female, they all clenched their fists tightly, eyes burning with desire. Even Wang Shi, who was usually quiet, was no exception. There were many profound mysteries that were previously derived from the 5-element seed, but no one obtained it before. It was rumored that there was one here, so it will depend on your methods. Second elder encouraged everyone. Let's go. In that instant, everyone's blood was boiling, full of conviction, all of them wishing to use this chance to reach heaven in a single bound, find this legendary seed. This continent was boundless without limit, no end to be seen. Otherwise, how could it hold a half-world tree? There were many stellar remains on the ground, unknown how they fell here. There were even more deep holes, all of them produced by foreign stars that smashed into this place. Waves of mists rose from all directions. These were 5 elements energy terrifyingly thick. Cultivating here had too many benefits. If it wasn't for the sake of searching for immortal seeds, Xianxia wouldn't mind just directly burying himself in the great Earth's depths and absorbing the 5 elements' essence as he pleased to cultivate his own Tao method. Everyone scattered. They were like specks of dust, pitifully insignificant on this continent. This place is just too large, even greater than a stellar domain. If we search like this, when will we ever reach the end? No wonder no one was able to find that perfect seed. Someone sighed, feeling rather dispirited. This place was ridiculously large, already several days passing. Forget about reaching the depths of this continent. They didn't even explore a corner of this place. Their range of activity was quite great, but compared to this entire ancient land, it was just an unremarkable little corner. They could deeply feel their own insignificance. Compared to the boundless celestial body, compared to this continent, everyone felt like ants. Chi! A streak of azure multicolored light surged from the distance, soaring into the 9 firmaments, extremely dazzling and gentle. This was a type of holy aura. There was clearly a world-shocking seed that appeared. Xianxia was moved, hurrying over. He saw Princess Yaoyu there, bathed in a blue-colored radiance, the light mist wrapping around her like water. She opened up a large mountain rich with spiritual essence, producing a blue crystal from within. It was quite the fascinating seed, like the heart of an ocean, gorgeous and translucent. Water Tao seed, someone cried out in alarm. It was clear that there was more than just 1 or 2 people who hurried over after seeing the irregular scene. Quite a few cultivators arrived, all of them seeing this sight. Seeds belonging to the 5 elements were all extremely rare. Sigh. Someone released a sigh. When they saw that it was Princess Yaoyu who obtained it, even their thoughts of competing over it disappeared, because there was no way they were her opponent. Qing-yi, let's move together, Xianxia called out. Even though the two were never that far from each other, they didn't move together just now. Qing-yi felt a bit of hesitation. Even though the two had previously walked together, and they held a gathering with Heavenly Deity Institution's old friends, there weren't that many chances where it was just the two of them. It was because Qing-yi was always avoiding him. Even though their friendship was deep, there were just too many embarrassing moments. The things that happened in the past were still difficult for her to let go of. Perhaps it was because it was difficult to say what kind of relationship the two of them had that she always avoided him, not wishing to get in a deeper entanglement. Otherwise, it would most likely lead to even more embarrassment. This place is a bit strange. I feel like strange things might happen, that there will be dangers. We should travel together. Xianxia walked over, not letting her object, grabbing Qing-yi's hand and leaving. In the distance, a few people revealed strange looks. These two were not ordinary people. One was Huang, someone who overwhelmed Heavenly Deity Institution's younger generation. The other had Fairy Qing-yu's flame seed, making even long-life families feel greed, to the extent where they wanted to rope her in. Brother Shi, you really are quite carefree. Princess Yao, you already put away the seed, her face carrying a smile as she said, I just obtained such a great item. You aren't even going to congratulate me? Ever since she saw Xianxia and Wang, she had a falling out. She was always reaching out to Xianxia, hoping to rope Xianxia into her family's side. Naturally need to congratulate you. You obtained such a great gain. Even I feel a bit jealous. Need to hurry and find opportunities. Xianxia said with a smile, pulling Qing-yi with him, quickly breaking through space and leaving. A faint profound smile appeared on the corners of Princess Yao Yu's lips, saying to herself, you won't be able to escape. Qing-yi was extremely gentle. She struggled free from Xiao's hand and said, There is 5 elements spiritual essence everywhere. Only the divine and sacred can emerge. No vicious and sinister things. Hao shook his head and said, "This is something you don't understand. The vicious things divine earth produces are the most frightening. When things reach an extreme, they can only move in the opposite direction. This is something you should understand." The two of them continued forward in search of a 5-element seed, seeing many wondrous lands along the way. There were even more ancient mines and other things, all left behind by those who came before them. It was because there were not only rare Tao seeds here, there were all types of divine materials as well, to the extent where there was even 5 elements immortal gold. Those treasures were things that would move even immortals, materials that can be refined into immortal weapons. Suddenly, Hao turned around to take a look, saying softly, still saying there's no danger, "Look, isn't it about to appear already? If I'm not at your side, there will definitely be problems." She came. Qingyi sensed something, knowing that Yuchan appeared. Then she added, "Isn't it because she came for you? She is worried." When she spoke up to this point, Qingyi's composed and wholly delicate face flushed a bit red, recalling some matters. Yuchan did come because of him. She really didn't want to see Hao and Qingyi walking together, because in her opinion, Qingyi was her other half. She couldn't tolerate the enemy corrupting her any further. If not for Qingyi having the green lunar flame protecting her, Yuchan really wanted to cut down the second body. It was because the things that happened back then made her feel as if she was tainted, unendurable. She was someone who pursued perfection. Everything that happened before really was a bit intolerable. For her, that was her darkest day. "What are you doing?" Qingyi got angry, because she felt a hand placed on her shoulder, as if he was going to embrace her. "Don't panic," Hao said with a smile, quickly adding, "Naturally to chase away the one tailing us. If not because there were elders watching, I really want to immediately capture her." "Don't act recklessly." Qingyi's beautiful eyes opened and closed, revealing brilliant multicolored light. It was because Hao's hand gently pinched her shoulder. Not all that honest at all. "Haha. Don't think too much. Everything is to chase away that woman behind us," Hao said with a laugh. In the distance, Yuchan's body shivered. She felt a wave of embarrassment, because it was as if it was happening to her. Her shoulder was pinched by someone, continuously touched and pinched. The main and second body were originally one. Under such close distance, they were able to feel what the other felt, almost the same person without much difference. For Yuchan, who was obsessed with cleanliness, as well as someone who pursued perfection, having her shoulder pinched by someone she hated was simply unimaginable, an extremely severe offense. "Qingyi, can you have a bit more dignity?" Yuchan couldn't tolerate this, directly shouting from behind. "What does it have to do with you? Aren't you nosing around too much?" Hao rushed to respond first, moreover immediately taking Qingyi into his arm, his other hand raising her chin. At this time, Yuchan felt all of her fine hairs stand on end, goosebumps covering her body, her waist becoming rigid, feeling as if there was an arm wrapped tightly around her, her chin feeling as if there was a caterpillar crawling around there. Yuchan felt extremely uncomfortable, quickly backing up, moreover releasing a retching sound. This was an instinctive reaction. Her body was being violated, unforgivable, the disgust she felt inside reaching an extreme. When Hao saw this, he was first stupefied, and then he got angry, saying, "What are you trying to imply? I only held Qingyi by her waist, but you were going to vomit." He was always narcissistic. When he saw exceptional beauty react like this, his face immediately darkened. He grabbed Qingyi in revenge, pinching her waist, and then caressed her pure and charming face. "You scoundrel!" Qingyi also became angry and humiliated. As for Yuchan in the distance, her beautiful and perfect face almost distorted. She jerked her hips about, as if she was trying to struggle free from something, and then she couldn't help but retch. Then, she screamed out, "Qingyi, you are too lacking in self-dignity." "What lacking in self-dignity? Are you talking about yourself?" Following behind us, basically a peeping Tom, Is this something heaven-mending sex fairy should be doing? Shihao mocked. Yuchan was so angry she wanted to trample him to death, crush him like a bug. There had never been anyone who mocked her like this before. Shihao spoke again, saying, "Last time, when me and the Great Elder were discussing things, he said that we might all die in battle, so before then, he wanted us to find Tao companions, each one of us leaving behind the most powerful bloodline descendants. In my opinion, we don't have much time left, so if you continue following me, I really want to know after you feel as if it happened to yourself, if you will also give birth to a bloodline." Qing Yi was ashamed and angry, pinching Shihao with all her strength, slapping at his palm, not allowing him to speak this nonsense. As for Yuchan, she was so angry she almost vomited blood, turning around to leave. It was because she discovered that by staying here, she would only be mocked and humiliated, unable to stop or change anything. "Wu, what I said was true," Shihao explained to Qing Yi. "When I came back from Immortal battlefield, the Great Elder had summoned me alone, and he really did mention this." In the distance, Yuchan staggered about, almost falling. She really was frightened badly. If that day truly came and Shihao became Tao companions with Qing Yi, she will definitely feel as if it happened to her. That really was unimaginable. An absolutely disastrous result. "All right, that annoying woman finally left. We should head on our way. I want to obtain the most powerful seed," Shihao said. "What annoying woman? She is just another side of me, originally one person." Qing Yi didn't like hearing these words. "Use the wrong words. I will help you subdue her. Let you guys fully merge with your will as the main one," Shihao said with a smile. "You can't speak nonsense in the future. I fear that she might be affected too much and react drastically," Qing Yi said. "I wasn't randomly speaking though. The Great Elder really did privately tell me these things. He is deeply worried, not feeling good about the future, wishing to leave behind a group of the most powerful bloodline beforehand and send them far away," Shihao said. Realm Tomb, outside Five Elements continent, was a spacious and empty void. There were vast ancient worlds, countless great stars. A warship that was incomparably anged silently moved towards the continent below, about to arrive. On the warship was heavy immortal mist, making it look hazy and mysterious, also extremely shocking. There was actually immortal energy covering it. Metallic luster flickered about. This place was extremely secluded, pieces of metal everywhere with no sign of human habitation. Shihao and Qing Yi were the only ones who came here. "Zhang!" Suddenly, sword cries sounded. Only when they stepped into this region did it produce abnormalities. Five Elements continent naturally had many metal areas, especially this place where even the ground was metal, no earth to be seen, no water visible, a cold and gloomy place. Up ahead, there was sword energy that rushed into the sky. Who knew how many zhang tall, making one's skin even feel pain, as if there were divine swords hacking over. "Wu, don't tell me there are supreme treasures here? Who knows? There might even be an immortal sword here," Shihao said. Several days had already passed. Based on what they knew, there were a dozen or so people who found Tao seeds, all of them related to the Five Elements, obtaining great opportunities in this continent. Unfortunately, until now, Shihao and Qing Yi didn't obtain anything. Only today did they discover this wondrous place. After continuing for several dozen li, a great lake emerged before their view. Sword energy was currently surging from within the lake, brilliant and sharp, attacking at their souls. Moreover, they felt a type of blazing heat. The air above the lake was distorted, because the temperature below was too great, causing the void to even become blurry. "This lake is metal liquid," Qing Yi cried out in shock, feeling extremely stunned. Just how great was the temperature here? The liquid in the Great Lake was sparkling, metallic luster swirling about, waves of rich metal energy surging, carrying blazing heat and killing intent. Moreover, there were large amounts of divine, multicolored light inside. Quite a few divine materials melted inside. This lake was not simple at all. A metal lake. The opportunity has arrived. If there isn't an immortal sword inside, then there is likely a metal attribute seed, Shihao said. Even though the single attribute seed of the 5 elements was extremely precious, it wasn't all that enticing for him. He wanted to find the most powerful seed. However, if he obtained this seed, he could exchange it for precious techniques, divine medicines, and other things with others. Once this type of thing was brought to the outside world, it would definitely be priceless. Any one seed can be considered great Tao fruits, corresponding to different natural laws. This one is extremely precious, definitely extraordinary after being nurtured by this metal lake. Xianxia said, "If you like it, then I can seize it for you." Shihao said. Shihao took action. The Kuan Peng precious technique appeared, his left hand becoming pitch black like ink, full of great force. Then, an enormous black fish appeared, entering the metal lake with a dong sound, producing great waves. Chila. When the golden liquid scattered over the lakeside, waves of white smoke were released. Chi sounds produced. The black Kuan fish moved its head and tail, its body massive, releasing great energy, simply about to freeze the entire lake. This was a type of serious provocation. Hong. The great lake surged, many ripples immediately appearing. There was even a mysterious creature that struggled out. Not simple at all. This seed has a creature protecting it. It's definitely extraordinary. That was a golden creature, its body condensed from liquid. It quickly turned into a humanoid creature, blazing light released from its body. Chong. Shihao didn't say another word, releasing a streak of sword energy with a raise of his hand. At his current cultivation realm, he was unmatched among heavenly deities. Any strike the most terrifying, ferocious methods. That metal person thus collapsed because its head was removed, moreover blasted apart. It was just a streak of sword energy, but an extremely terrifying metal divine existence was killed. Voila! In the lake, metallic luster flickered about. Then, more than 10 metal creatures appeared, among them a swan and eye, vermilion bird, three-eyed lion, all different types. Kacha. Shihao raised his head, electrical radiance shooting up, linking up the heavens as they fired from his 5 fingers, hacking about. They were just too powerful, dazzling electrical sparks flickering everywhere, thunder and lightning then erupting. This, without a doubt, produced catastrophic results. Even though those 10 creatures were extremely powerful, comparable to heavenly deities, they still couldn't withstand this power at all. Pong! In that instant, they all exploded, unable to persist for a long time, being completely wiped out. In that instant, the Great Lake's peace was restored, only heat pervading the air. Pa! In the lake, the large black-colored fish moved its tail, immediately raising astonishing waves. Scorching heat roiled, the metal lake in turmoil from its disturbance, in the end completely boiling over. This was produced by the Kuan Peng imprint Shihao produced. The great fish produced from great force was moving through the lake, stirring up giant waves as it searched for a metal attribute seed. Chi! A streak of rainbow light shot through the air. A small cauldron rose up into the sky, about to escape. The large black fish brandished its tail, and with a schwa sound, turned into a divine bird that was several dozen li in length. It rushed out from the water surface, covering the sky and earth as it spread its wings, strong winds sweeping about. Dang! That little cauldron was struggling intensely, smashing against the bird beak, wishing to escape. However, the Peng bird was too terrifying. The bird beak shone, holding it in place. It immediately dove down, continuously shrinking, landing in the young man's palm. The Peng bird disappeared, only leaving behind a small golden cauldron. When Shihao undid the cauldron's lid, this cauldron turned into metal liquid, thus disappearing. A rhombus crystal appeared in his palm. It was produced from metal almost transparent. Metal Dao seed, moreover one of the highest grade, Xianxia said with a sigh. This metal Dao seed was extremely rare, within it natural divine patterns. There were all types of symbols covering it densely. If one merged with it, one could grasp metal attribute power. It could be said that if this seed continued evolving, it would become the best quality metal seed, already about to reach an extreme. If you like it, Then it's yours. Sure Hao directly tossed it over to Qingyi. Right at this time, a green moon appeared above her head. It scattered down gentle moonlight, and then with a schwa sound, it restricted this seed. Metal spiritual essence pervaded the air, completely absorbed by the green moon. Then, with a kacha sound, this exceptional rare seed shattered, turning into ruined metal, landing on the ground. It was destroyed just like that? Sure Hao was stupefied. If this seed was brought to the outside world, it could definitely be exchanged for a world-shocking precious technique, yet it was crushed in the blink of an eye just like that. I can feel an exuberant wave of life force store within the green moon, Qingyi said. This type of feeling was extremely good, as if she ate a ginseng fruit, all of the pores on her body relaxing and expanding. The green moon became hazy, slowing disappearing. That green moon is your immortal seed, able to devour all types of immortal seeds. Definitely not inferior to the world tree sapling, 5-element seed and others. Sure Hao immediately realized, feeling extremely shocked. He really was a bit apprehensive. Could it be that Qingyi really was the reincarnation of fairy Qingyu from the last great era? When he thought of this, his head began to pound with thump-thump sounds. What are you looking at? You better not think any strange thoughts. There's no way I will leave any type of bloodline with you. Qingyi's face became slightly red as she spoke like this. Need to leave behind the strongest bloodline, Sure Hao subconsciously said. Suddenly, a bugle horn sounded, oppressive and stifling. That was a secret treasure heavenly deity institution brought. When it was blown, the sound could simply move the 9 heavens, extremely long-lasting and far-reaching. Something happened. We should hurry back, Sure Hao said. The elders were gathering the academy students. When everyone heard this, they all headed towards a certain destination. When Sure Hao and Qingyi hurried over, there were already many people who had arrived. The elders were all here as well, their expressions grave, currently staring at an ancient monument. There was an enormous monument here that rested on the earth, towering into the clouds. It far surpassed the divine mountains of the ancient times, vigorous and majestic. The most important thing was that it had 5-colored divine light swirling about it. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These 5 types of foundational energy pervading the air, surrounding it. This was a piece of 5-element stone, within it 5 types of spiritual essence foundation, a rare divine material. It had been refined into a monument. The elders summoned everyone just to tell them one thing, that there were quite a few ancient monuments like this on the continent, and they all recorded the same thing. 5 magics seal heavenly seed. Just these few words alone left everyone shocked. Someone used 5 magics to seal a heavenly seed. Since the ancient times, many people have come here to search for it, but they all returned without obtaining anything. However, there were some who deduced a few areas it could be at. This word stirred up great waves within everyone's hearts. 5 magics, heavenly seed. These 2 terms really left them shocked. The so-called 5 magics should refer to 5 elements, while heavenly seed should be the unmatched, most powerful seed, or else it wouldn't make sense, nor would they dare call it something like this. Then, the elders began to draw in the void, producing a map of 5 elements continent. Then, they pointed at a few areas on it. The true heavenly seed might be in one of these areas. Is everyone present? We will search them area by area. Departing right now, 4th elder said. Now that they made a new discovery, everyone set great resolutions, truly wishing to obtain that heavenly seed. In their eyes, the heavenly seed was likely that 5-element seed. Of course, there was another even more astonishing possibility, which was that the 5 elements referred to the 5 magics, while the heavenly seed was actually something else. Everyone ascended the worship. Then, a few elders produced a bone material altar, causing it to shine, moreover setting coordinates on its surface. Crazy winds swept about, smoke rising up, fragments of time flying about. Time and space here became chaotic. With a schwa sound, the silver warship disappeared from this place, moving through this world, traveling through the void, heading towards its destination. After who knew how much time had passed, the silver warship trembled, appearing in a mountain range. 5 elements energy surged, rising like smoke signals. This place was strange after all. Everyone got off the warship, discovering volcanoes all around them. The shooring smoke like 5 elements energy was all released from the volcano's openings. In reality, the volcano at the very center could be considered the king of the mountains, emperor of peaks. It was too grand and majestic, and what it released was not only a type of vital energy, there was also water fire with many types of energy auras. Don't tell me this is where that perfect 5-element seed is located? Everyone revealed a look of shock. Things were going just too smoothly. You all should just go and search for your own opportunities, second elder said. He and the other elders were also searching. Everyone was moved. Sure how grabbed Qingyi, displayed the Kuan Peng method, transforming into an enormous Peng bird, and then with a spread of his wings, quickly shot towards the central mountain, being the first to ascend it. However, right at this time, he felt an indescribable pressure from outer space, making his soul tremble. Then, a terrifying aura covered heaven and earth. Sure how raised his head, seeing an ancient ship wrapped in immortal energy. It carried cold intent as it crushed downwards, directly charging at the center of the volcano. Sure how's wings unfolded, bringing Qingyi with him as he quickly evaded. He definitely didn't want to be crushed by this mysterious warship right above the volcanic crater. That is, an ancient ship. Why does it carry immortal energy? Many people were shocked. The elders raised their heads. Way they saw the ancient ship, all of their expressions changed. The warship descended, divine might boundless, leaving everyone terrified. A bronze arrow flew over, tearing through the skies. The air released an exploding sound, carrying a type of ancient and crude aura, as well as a type of unstoppable might, instantly flying before his eyes. Sure Hao was angry. He turned into a Kuan Peng, yet someone actually really treated him like some vicious bird, wanting to hunt him down here. At the same time, he also understood that the one who came was extremely arrogant, even daring to kill a Kuan Peng. Regardless of whether the other party saw through his true body or not, it was ridiculously overbearing. They fired as soon as they saw him, shockingly self-confident and also full of murderous intent. Sure Hao's wings moved about, stirring up heaven-reaching powerful winds. His body shrunk, moreover turning into a streak of golden light like a streak of lightning, evading this bronze arrow. Not far out, an enormous volcano was struck by that arrow. It exploded on the spot, magma surging, rushing outwards. Then, everything was restrained by that bronze arrow's power, completely obliterated into scattered ashes. That arrow's power was great to this extent, truly leaving everyone shocked. One had to know that this was not an ordinary place. It was 5 elements continent, protected by the richest 5 elements foundational spiritual essence. The mountains and valleys were sturdy, comparable to divine treasures. Meanwhile, this place was even more extraordinary, suspected to be a sealed land. Every single volcano carried powerful divine patterns, sturdy and imperishable. It was just a bronze arrow that was casually shot out, yet it destroyed a divine mountain here. Everyone was naturally shocked. That furred livestock has some cultivation, actually evading my arrow. A surprised voice sounded from the ancient ship up above. The ship was extremely large and also indistinct. It was wrapped within immortal mists, making it look incredibly mysterious, as if it was an immortal precious ship that traveled from the creation of the world. One could vaguely see blade marks and arrow holes on the ship's body, carrying model imprints of time. There were some places that were still carried a copper greenness, as if it had just broken free from some ancient land. On the warship were a few youngsters, all of them imposing in appearance, the looks in their eyes penetrating. Immortal energy covered their bodies, making them look incredibly intimidating. They carried immortal Tao aura, but it was also extremely domineering. They weren't like the gentle flowers and grass grown in a greenhouse, clearly young experts who had experienced blood and flames. One of the youngsters wore light blue metal armor, on his back a war spear full of killing intent. In his hands was a bronze great bow, and after producing a bronze arrow from the quiver, he loaded the bow again. This person's head of purple hair was extremely long and thick, hanging down to his waist. His eyes were like two golden stars, pupils actually cross-shaped, brilliant like the edge of swords. His face looked like it was sculpted with a chisel, possessing a persistent yet coarse and wild temperament. With a light shout, he drew his bow again, saying, "Take this! Are you looking for death?" Xianxia shouted angrily. This person didn't stop here, using his vicious weapon again after shooting the first arrow, wishing to kill him, treating him like game. This type of shout was like thunder, blasting heavenly space until it swayed back and forth, rumbling with noise. Cracking sounds could be heard in the air. However, Xianxia's berating didn't make everyone stop, instead releasing the bowstring even more directly. The arrow was like a rainbow as it pierced heaven and earth, the arrow point terrifying. Chi chi chi. The moment Xianxia evaded this time, many golden feathers appeared around him, all turning into divine arrows, shooting towards the one who was shooting at him. As for the bronze arrow, it blasted through 5 giant volcanoes in succession. All of these were divine peaks protected by symbols, but they still exploded. Speed is too fast. He has Kuan Peng's extreme speed. The individuals on the ancient ship didn't seem too concerned, discussing things there. Only the face of the one who fired the arrows became serious, his smile fading somewhat, the golden cross in his eyes becoming more penetrating. The light blue armor on his body shone, protecting him. Moreover, he put away the large bow, the heavenly spear now clasped in his hands, fiercely brandishing about at those divine arrows. Chong! Sparks flew in all directions, large amounts of light surging. At the same time, Xianxia returned to human form, descending on a volcanic crater with Qingyi, now surrounded by rich 5 elements energy. He glared angrily at the other party. Not simple, actually stopping Wu Tai's divine arrow. Wu, even carrying a girl whose looks are quite outstanding. I spoke incorrect, a country toppling rarely seen beauty, haha. These individuals didn't have any feelings of regret. Just now, they viciously fired arrows at the other party. And now, they were teasing like ruffians, the expressions in every one of their eyes like lightning as they stared at the 2 people below. Who even are you all? Why would you fire randomly with your bow? Xianxia's face sunk. Even though he could tell that they weren't ordinary, not a single one of them simple, Xianxia still spoke up. This group of people were too domineering, still laughing like this after acting murderously. Wu, youngster, I advise you to obediently play your role. Are you provoking us? It's not like you were really killed. So what are you making a big fuss for? One of them shouted. Little girl, seeing how pretty you are, why are you staying at his side? Come to our immortal warship. Hurry and come up. There are immortal Dao opportunities here. Those individuals were all roaring with laughter, not treating them with any respect. Xianxia's face immediately darkened. This was just too brash, firing at him, and after failing to kill him, they actually had this type of attitudes, moreover provoking the female companion at his side, not putting him in their eyes at all. Right now, the others from Heavenly Deity Institution were all stunned as well. When they saw this scene, they all revealed strange looks, feeling doubt inside. Where did this group of experts come from actually looking down on Huang like this? At the same time, everyone felt extremely shocked, because that warship was too unordinary, surrounded by immortal energy. They really were intimidated, everyone feeling a wave of apprehension. Xianxia produced a bow as well without another word, and then pulled it all the way back. A divine arrow was fired, firing at the warship with a dong sound, the aura astonishing. Quite bold, actually daring to fire back. This time, those individuals on the warship didn't take action, instead chanting incantations. The ship shone. A barrier of light surged over there, blocking the divine arrow. With a chi sound, the divine arrow was burned to ashes, scattering down. Who is attacking my warship? The ancient ship was extremely large. An aged voice sounded from the ship, possessing a type of awe-inspiring might. Hao's arrow activated the defenses, disturbing the others in the ship. Apologies for disturbing the elder. It is just a wild brat, not worth mentioning. One of those youngsters said nonchalantly. Right now, Heavenly Deity Institution's elders had all appeared, walking up together. They looked at the ancient ship that was overflowing with immortal energy, their expressions serious. After carefully sizing it up, Fourth Elder opened his mouth, asking, "May I ask if these are Immortal Academy's Dao friends?" The students near the volcano were all shocked. This ancient warship came from Immortal Academy? Didn't this mean that this was the place they were heading towards in the future? Sacred Academy and Immortal Academy were isolated from the world. Rarely did their disciples make an appearance, because they were all secluded within Pure Lands. Only recently did they recruit disciples, choosing from Heavenly Deity Institution. A few people looked towards Hao, revealing strange looks. They had just met, yet Huang already offended a few experts from Immortal Academy. Even though the events couldn't really be blamed on him. A fluctuation sounded from the warship, the sealed cabin door opening. A few elders walked out from within, even more aged than Heavenly Deity Institution's elders, beard and hair white like snow, to the extent where some of them already lost all of their hair, wrinkles folding over each other as if they were scrunched together. These individuals' ages were terrifyingly great, but every one of their spirits were still vigorous and healthy, eyes like golden lamps. Their bodies contained astonishing life aura, all of them extremely powerful. Moreover, this was still the result of them forcefully restraining their auras. Otherwise, once the true fluctuations were released, all of the youngsters might vomit blood and collapse, finding it too difficult to endure. These were old freaks, all of them possessing paramount power. None of them were weaker than Second Elder, ridiculously powerful. They came from Immortal Academy, an unmatched holy land for cultivating the ancient methods. All of them researched immortal ancient methods carefully, this place also having many ancient texts, exceptional immortal scriptures, and an environment even more suited for cultivation. Turns out it is Dao friends from Heavenly Deity Institution. We were just about to pay you all a visit, never expecting to run into you here. A white-haired elder who was comparatively not as ancient spoke. At the very least, he still had hair, moreover quite thick, only that it was snow-white. However, his complexion was still quite good, his face suffused with red light. A misunderstanding. We are all on the same side. Heavenly Deity Institution's Fourth Elder said. As people from the 9 heavens 10 earths, a battle impending where they had to fight side to side, some of Heavenly Deity Institution's elites even being chosen to enter Immortal Academy. Their relationship was naturally not ordinary. Only, the disciples were destined to be chosen, taken away, making Heavenly Deity Institution's elders feel a bit unhappy. But there wasn't much they could do about this. Who hasn't been young before? Back then, weren't we like this too? A clash between younger generation, having an unyielding spirit, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. An elder from Immortal Academy said with a smile. It was clear that there was no way the old monsters didn't sense what happened just now. Just that they allowed it to play out. Hao felt extremely dissatisfied. Regardless, he was shot at by someone for no reason, so there was no way he could be as magnanimous as treating the situation as if nothing happened. The expression on his face was not good. You aren't that bad. If you work a bit harder, you might become our junior brother. Those youngsters roared with laughter, not apologizing at all. At this moment, quite a few youngsters walked out from the ship, every one of them promising and outstanding individuals. There were heroic young men and also pure and beautiful young ladies, all of them exceptional, carrying immortal energy. You can bring that girl with you? Come and have a chat on the ship, get a little close to us. The young man who fired the bow previously snickered, clearly ridiculing how no matter how one looked at it. Instead of calling it an invitation, it was better to say that he was asking how to send Qingyi over. Who do you think you are? You think you have qualifications to tell me what to do? Immortal Academy's disciples really are something. If you come down from the ship, I'll break all your bones and snap your muscles. Hao was too direct, responding fiercely. It was because this not only concerned his own image, It was a direct expression of his true self. His Tao heart was not restricted, not feeling any fear when facing great power. There were some things that could be endured, while some provocations had to be directly faced. He didn't believe that the old monsters of Immortal Academy would be extremely partial if there really was conflict. These individuals continuously made things difficult, so if he withdrew once more, what so-called unmatched conviction would he have left? They were all nothing more than Academy disciples, so what was there to fear? However, in everyone's eyes, this was no small matter. He was actually challenging Immortal Academy's disciples like this, leaving everyone shocked. They all stared blankly at him. This was especially the case with Heavenly Deity Institution students who felt even more conflicted. They cultivated the ancient method, the best of them destined to choose Immortal Academy. Yet this academy's people were offended before they even entered. In their eyes, the results of this were definitely far from reassuring. "Are you speaking to me?" Wu Tai returned the heavenly spear to his back, the copper core bow held in his hands, body covered in light blue armor. He stood on the ship, lowering his head to look below. The atmosphere immediately became tense. There was going to be an intense clash after they had just mediated the situation. That youngster really doesn't know how to play his role. It's not like we really killed you. Aren't you still properly standing there? Why would you feel so upset? One of those individuals also spoke indifferently. Chi. When Shihao raised his hand, a golden war spear appeared in his palm. This was completely condensed from lightning, bright and dazzling. With a shake of his hand, the war spear aimed straight up. Then Shihao began to move. His waist turned, and then his arm flung out. The golden war spear flew out, as brilliant as a stellar river. It was too fast, tearing through the sky, rushing at the ancient ship above, directly flying towards Wu Tai and the others. Its aura was astonishing, carrying large amounts of lightning. "Audacious!" one of them shouted, producing a precious artifact, a precious vase. It released fiery light that raged about, smashing into that war spear. Endless symbols erupted between the two, noises ringing out continuously. Meanwhile, Wu Tai even more so fired his bow, shooting out a bronze arrow to stop the spear of lightning. When things calmed down, those individuals' expressions were all not good, one of their faces even sinking, saying, "Are you looking to die? Attacking us like this? Wild brat, you don't know how to appreciate others' kindness. Do you think you are that good? Using violence in front of us?" Wu Tai berated. "Do you all feel humiliated? I am only returning the favor. Just now, this was how you all dealt with me. Attacking like you were dealing with a random vicious bird," Shihao said coldly. "Even someone like you dare treat yourself on equal terms with us?" Wu Tai's shout cut him off. "Moron, you think you are anyone special? If you can't accept it, then come down here. I already said that I was going to beat you until your bones break and muscles snap." Those words were definitely not spoken just for show. Shihao pointed at him. This produced an uproar. Regardless of whether it was Heavenly Deity Institution students of Immortal Academy students, they all revealed shock. Huang had already set his resolution to take action. Wang Shi, Lu Tuo, and the others were quietly watching, waiting for him to take action, hoping to see him fight a great battle against Immortal Academy's people. Qing Yi was quite worried. Those were Immortal Academy's disciples, yet before he entered, he already offended them. The consequences of this were hard to imagine. As for the two Academy's elders, they temporarily didn't say anything, their eyes narrowing slightly, calmly observing the situation. "Who is this person? So egotistical, do you think my Immortal Academy has no one in it? Actually provoking us like this, what skills does he even have?" A young lady on that ancient ship said quietly. "Most likely because he's unconvinced about our Immortal Academy reputation, wishing to make a name for himself through this battle." A young man said, "Does he really think there's no one in my Immortal Academy, even any random person daring to challenge us? Wu Tai, go down and fight him. You definitely have to obtain a great victory," someone said with a loud voice. Of course, there were people who knew the course of events, saying, Sigh this time. Wu Tai and the others were the first to provoke the other party. Can't be blamed on him for fighting back. Wu Tai, you have the azure armor on you, so defeating that person isn't a problem. Teach him a lesson. Someone among those individuals spoke. Wu Tai nodded, his face cold and stiff. His head of purple hair flew about. Cross-shaped golden stars appeared in his pupils. With the war spear on his back, copper core bow in his hand, he immediately jumped off the ship and descended. Who do you think you are, daring to speak so recklessly here? Let me tell you, not any random dog or cat can challenge Immortal Academy's dignity, Wu Tai shouted. Even a little shit like you can represent Immortal Academy? Sure how only spoke a single sentence, and then he leapt out fiercely towards Wu Tai. Chi! Wu Tai's eyes narrowed, astonishing radiance shooting out from his cross-shaped golden star eyes from time to time. He continuously drew his bow, shooting at Sure Hao. In addition, this time, he used all of his strength, divine arrows firing like streaks of rainbows, every single one releasing woo sounds, shattering the sky. They were all rarely seen secret precious artifacts. Sure Hao didn't dare act carelessly, because he discovered that the arrows that were fired this time were definitely no trivial matter, not refined by experts at the heavenly deity level. Wu Tai, kill him. When dealing with this type of lunatic, there is only suppression, his companions shouted, cheering him on. Shoot him down with divine arrows. Impale his body with a single shot. The shouts were like thunder, those individuals all shouting out. Heavenly winds swept about. Sure Hao turned into a Kuan Peng, but this time, it didn't cover heaven and earth, but was only a zhang in length, inconceivably fast. It moved its wings below the skies, circling in the air and approaching Wu Tai. Who? A ferocious claw instantly tore through the skies, making that place explode. Rumbling sounds rang out. Everyone was shocked. This type of speed, these types of methods were ridiculously powerful. How could normal people dare face it head-on? If not for the sect master-level weapon in his hands, using the secret bow, making it hard for Sure Hao to immediately attack him, he would have likely been in great trouble. Since you are turning into a furred livestock, then I will help you accomplish your aim. Draw my bow and shoot down the Peng. Wu Tai's expression was cold, becoming more and more vicious. He produced a scarlet-red arrow that was different from the bronze arrow before. Fire! He shouted loudly, letting go of the bowstring. A string of blood immediately surged, that arrow as if possessing demonic power. Scarlet multicolored light overflowed, the scene incomparably terrifying. This arrow had all types of symbols engraved into it. It appeared in the void, directly attacking at Sure Hao. Divine will soul imprisoning arrow. Someone from Heavenly Deity Institution cried out in alarm, recognizing what kind of arrow this was. This was a magical arrow refined by a great individual. Its power was exceptional. The one who fired could infuse a bit of divine will into it, able to lock onto the other party's primordial spirit, the arrow not stopping until it struck its target. It was clear that this arrow was refined by an extremely powerful expert. Once it hit Sure Hao, it would definitely erupt with heaven-shocking might. Hong! Sure Hao turned into a Kuan Peng, continuously dodging, piercing through the sky several times. He was like a golden streak of lightning, speed fast to the extreme, everyone's eyes unable to keep up with his movements. Hurry and dodge! A few people cried out in alarm from the ancient ship. Too fast. That Kuan Peng is already before you. Someone loudly shouted in warning. Wu Tai wasn't an ordinary person, his reaction speed extremely fast. He no longer continued shooting, instead brandishing the longbow in his hands, hacking forward. This bow released astonishing brilliance, erupting with heaven overflowing killing energy. Sure Hao turned around, his wings moving, brushing right past him, not diving down and tearing at his opponent. Wu Tai's eyes were cold. The longbow made a turn through the air, returning into his hands, preparing to launch another attack. However, with a wung sound, his ears rumbled. The sound of air exploding sounded. A Kuan Peng appeared again, and this time, it possessed unprecedented swiftness. immediately transforming and emerging, symbols pouring over like a great wave. Behind Sure Hao, that scarlet arrow chased after him the entire time. However, he didn't pay it any attention. He first attacked Wu Tai. As long as he could seriously injure him, this arrow would definitely be destroyed. Dang! The longbow released a loud sound. Wu Tai brandished it again, facing Sure Hao's attack head-on. In that instant, thousands of great claws descended, the Kuan Peng's sharp claws attacking over 1,000 times, all of them landing on the great bow, all the most complex symbols. Wu Tai's body was greatly shaken, his complexion becoming scarlet red. In reality, this was only the first wave of attacks, just the supreme Yang precious technique Sure Hao activated. What followed was the supreme Yin side. A black giant fish emerged, bringing a black sea behind it, covering heaven and earth, locking down Wu Tai's body, affecting his speed. Pang! Wu Tai relied on the azure armor on his body, activating a secret method, producing a water-blue barrier of light to stop these attacks. However, in the final moments, his body still shook greatly, and then flew out diagonally, suffering a heavy blow. That was the result of Sure Hao's Kuan Peng transformation's divine wings hacking down. Too powerful, unstoppable. His body continuously shook. This person is so strong, his comprehension reaching this kind of level, the profound mysteries of the Kuan Peng fully grasped, Yin and Yang complementing each other, deriving the primal chaos, close to transcendence, comparable to an ancient heavenly method, someone said with shock. Sure Hao turned into a divine bird, his wings moving, one wing blazing with golden light, one pitch black like ink. Right now, both wings clashed tightly, Yin and Yang energies pervading the air, erupting with the most terrifying chaotic light. Hong Long. Another strike was delivered. Wu Tai released a loud cry, the longbow leaving his hand, the barrier of light produced by the azure armor on his body shattered. Blood was coughed out from his mouth, body smashed into a volcanic crater. During this process, Sure Hao's speed was even faster, turning into human form, a pair of wings on his back as he dove down fiercely. Pang! Sure Hao stepped on Wu Tai's chest, trampling him into the volcanic crater's magma. With a putong sound, large amounts of lava surged. Red magma splashed out, carrying scorching heat as it landed on the ground, burning the ground's surface scarlet red. Quite a few areas turned into lava as a result, releasing chi-chi sound as they flowed about. There were divine symbols inside of this volcanic crater, carrying divine force, definitely not a place that could be underestimated. Sure Hao stepped on his chest, following the volcanic crater into the terrifyingly red liquid. Roiling heat surged. If not for his flesh being so powerful, he would have long turned into white bones, his skin and flesh even more so immediately being burnt off. Putong. Wu Tai struggled, his arms and legs moving, sending red magma flying in all directions, trying to break free from Sure Hao. Being stepped onto the volcano's magma with a single foot was too graceless of a stance, a type of humiliation. Sure Hao's right leg moved, releasing a spiral wave of power, the great Yin and great Yang energies interweaving together to form a wave of miraculous power, the might incomparable. Wu Tai felt intense pain from his chest, his bones as if broken. Blood sprayed out from his mouth, the same color as the magma. When they mixed together, one couldn't be distinguished from the other. Only one was warm, carrying a fishy smell, while the other was blazing hot, able to burn a person to ashes. Even when someone as powerful as Wu Tai struggled in the magma, he still felt a blade-like pain, this red liquid containing murderous energy, carrying mysterious divine patterns. Hong! Wu Tai's long hair stood on end as he struggled intensely, sending the magma splashing out several hundred zhong into the air, as intense as if the volcano was erupting, lighting up all of the nearby topography. Sure Hao remained unmoved, rising and falling with his movements. That wave of spiraling power destroyed his opponent's vitality. Ah! Wu Tai screamed. The scarlet liquid immediately poured into his mouth, delivering intense pain, and even more so a feeling of humiliation. Who was he? He was Immortal Academy's direct disciple, a brilliant student taught by old monsters. Yet he suffered humiliation here, being trampled on into the mountain, intolerable. Wang! As if cicada's wings were lightly sounding, azure multicolored light shot in all directions. This was especially the case in the red magma, everything becoming even more misty, carrying a type of brilliant radiance. Dong! Great waves surged into the heavens. Wu Tai finally struggled free from Sure Hao. He was like a furious demonic god, messy hair flying about, the golden cross in his pupils even sharper. It's the azure armor. The ones who were currently observing the battle were pleasantly surprised. I knew that the situation would be turned around. How could Wu Tai be that easy to defeat? Someone roared with laughter. Even though that wild brat is quite strong, how can he compare to my Immortal Academy? In the end, he will still be suppressed. Not just anyone can challenge my Immortal Academy. There was someone else who continuously sneered. Sure Hao remained calm. He stood on the volcano, his long hair flying on their own even though there was no wind. On his back was a pair of Kuan Peng wings, chaotic energy surging. His appearance was incredibly calm, as if he was a prehistoric divine mountain, unmoving, his imposing appearance intimidating. On the other side, Wu Tai stood in the void, lava continuously flowing out from his body, his expression ice-cold, eyes deep. He was truly angered, actually suffering this type of humiliation. You dare step on my chest. He removed the black heavenly spear from his back, pointing it forward. The expression on Sure Hao's face was indifferent. So what? I already said that I am going to beat you until your bones are broken and muscles snapped. You think you are anyone special? Hong Long. Wu Tai's hands held the war spear, hacking it down, directly splitting the skies. A terrifying great crack appeared, dividing this heaven and earth into two. It was too ferocious, fighting strength astonishing. The volcano below was immediately cleaved in half, roiling scarlet liquid splashing out, surging towards the mountain region. The scene spectacular, as if a terrifying mountain torrent had erupted. As for the sky, it was even more terrifying, full of terrifying attacks. All things perished wherever killing energy passed. Everyone who watched this battle couldn't help but feel their hearts beat, their skin turning cold. Those who were behind Sure Hao all quickly moved out of the way out of fear of getting caught up in the blast waves. Sure Hao's body shifted out, his speed inconceivably fast, avoiding this strike. The crack in the skies didn't close for a long time, the power of that heavenly spear making one's body shake in fear. A bit strange. Even someone like you can display this level of power. Sure Hao's expression was calm. Even though he was a bit surprised, he still didn't feel any apprehension. Black patterns covered Wu Tai's face, some produced by techniques, some due to anger. The other person looked down on him like this, showing this kind of contempt, implying that he didn't care much about this amount of power at all. Courting death. He released a light shout, brandishing his heavenly spear again, gathering astonishing power that surged like shocking waves. Is it really the power granted by that armor? Sure Hao looked at the armor covering him, but he didn't sense any astonishing auras. However, that armor was quite beautiful, blue-gold brilliance flickering about like waves, moreover scattering down streak after streak of immortal flower like multicolored light. On that armor were all types of markings, many of them flower petal markings, as if it was a metal tree that produced flowers, possessing a type of gorgeous beauty. Hong! This time, the heavenly spear's power erupted as expected, even more terrifying than before. It hacked open heaven and earth, splitting one into two. Moreover, it erupted with the endless symbols, as if golden rain scattered about. No distance it couldn't cover. Sure Hao frowned. It was just an armor, so how could it increase a person's strength for no reason? He was a bit confused. In reality, previously, it was precisely because of the defenses of the armor on Wu Tai's body that protected him, or else his chest would have long been trampled through by Sure Hao's stomp. No way he could live. Kill! Wu Tai charged forward, looking more and more ferocious, his boldness unstoppable. The heavenly spear in his hands shattered the void, nothing it couldn't overcome. Hao didn't try to block it, instead observing from the side. He displayed the earth to inches divine ability below his feet, avoiding it. Those who were watching thought that his withdrawing was an act of weakness. Wu Tai even more so revealed a sneer, feeling that Hao didn't dare fight against him in his current state, coldly saying, "Nothing more than this. Chi." Then, while holding the war spear, he brandished it about again. In that instant, 3 strands of immortal energy surged from him, turning into sharp radiance, winding about the heavenly spear, becoming more and more terrifying. Hong Long. This heaven and earth were shattered by the heavenly spear, his heroic appearance incredibly terrifying. Immortal mists unfolded, making him look like a matchless demonic god. How frightening, a young supreme being who has 3 strands of immortal energy after all. No wonder he is so powerful. We already had our suspicions. Heavenly deity institutions side. They couldn't help but sigh. The first person that came off that warship was already this formidable, a young supreme being, so they could imagine that those who were standing with him were definitely not weaker. Worthy of being the azure armor borrowed from Little Sky King, seizing heaven and earth natural luck, immeasurable. Wu Tai will definitely win, many people said quietly on that warship. Die or submit, you have these 2 choices, Wu Tai shouted. He rushed at Hao, his entire body erupting with blue light, flower petals appearing from his armor one after another, sparkling and replete with moisture. He himself was extremely dazzling as well. With the war spear in hand, he shouted, "What kind of place do you treat my immortal academy as? Daring to challenge us? Today, I will teach you through battle accomplishments that not any random cat or dog has the qualifications. Really is acting savage after just a bit of success. Did you forget your experience just now, of being trampled into the volcano?" Hao spoke indifferently. "Kill." Wu Tai's expression was ice-cold, his eyes malicious. He only said the word kill, rushing forward, his war spear almost burning, divine force surging, releasing dazzling radiance. Hao no longer evaded. He was sure that the armor was strange, not wishing to give this person another opportunity, instead wishing to quickly seize the precious armor. Hong. Immediately afterwards, Hao's body erupted with endless light, all of it lightning radiance, merging together with the Kuan Peng wings behind him. Moreover, his shoulders and arms also became like this, dazzling and brilliant, lightning rumbling about. Hao used 2 types of precious techniques, merging them together. He began to take action ferociously. Dang! Hao received the heavenly spear with his bare hands, his fingers like clamps cast from immortal gold, firmly pressing down on the heavenly spear's blade from both sides. Then, with a fierce twist, this divine weapon immediately warped, already deforming. Everyone was shocked. What kind of power was this? To use a hand to face a divine weapon's blade. He was strong to the point of leaving them speechless, their minds all trembling. This heavenly spar was a rarely seen secret treasure, long developing a spirit. Right now, it struggled intensely, while Wu Tai's expression changed even more. He never expected Hao would be this freakish, actually barehandedly stopping the heavenly weapon's sharp blade. "Break free!" Wu Tai shouted, activating all of his strength. Azure light flowed out, supporting his arm. The 3 strands of immortal energy became even more terrifying. Hao's eyes became cold. His arms moved, and with a kacha sound, he barehandedly snapped this divine weapon. Dang! His hand moved, flinging the heavenly spear's sharp portion out, the blade stabbing into a volcano. At the same time, lightning poured down like a waterfall, erupting from his palm, rushing at Wu Tai through the war spear, immediately covering him in symbols, suffering the hacking of lightning. Everyone became stupefied, as if they were looking at a ghost. This type of physical strength was too freakish. Even the Protector's descendant Duguyun was speechless. Their bloodline was known to be one of the 4 great unmatched bloodlines. When their blood surged, it would split heaven and earth, able to kill the divine. Yet their physical strength still wouldn't be more than this, right? Wu Tai did everything he could to resist, protecting himself with 3 strands of immortal energy, using the azure armor to resist. All types of mysterious symbols surged. Hong! The Kuan-Peng wings on Shi Hao's back were incomparably large. While merged with lightning, they hacked down like heavenly blades, slicing forward, directly blasting Wu Tai's body. The azure armor shone, blocking this terrifying power. Wu Tai coughed out large amounts of blood, his body flying outwards, suffering a serious blow. If the armor wasn't there, he would have definitely been hacked apart. How could it be? You also cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. Wu Tai shouted. Is 3 strands of immortal energy all that special? Shi Hao said to himself. In his surroundings, 3 thick strands of immortal energy surrounded him, making him look like a true dragon that emerged from an abyss, his imposing might shocking the world. Ka! Shi Hao formed a fist imprint, lightning surging, moreover suffused with Kuan-Peng power. This was the combination of 2 types of precious techniques, ferocious and incomparable, not much that could stop it. His fist imprint directly smashed down on Wu Tai's body, making his body release pi-pa sounds, many of his bones breaking, even the azure armor unable to stop it. Ah! Wu Tai screamed in pain, the intense pain difficult to endure. He knew that things were bad. The other party's power was too strange, rushing about chaotically in his body, symbols surrounding him like a tide. Pong! Shi Hao's foot lashed out, smashing into his body like a steel mallet, sending him flying out again, crashing into a volcano. Wu Tai's face warped, his entire body contorting. This kick made him almost lose all of his fighting strength, because there were at least several dozen bones that were broken, even his primordial spirit becoming unstable. Shi Hao released a light shout, and then when he raised his hand, lightning converged into a large hand, grabbing Wu Tai. At the same time, there was a Kuan-Peng claw that was removing his armor. No! This is Little Sky King's armor. You cannot touch it, Wu Tai shouted. He was now panicking greatly. If he lost this armor, there was no way he could explain it, unable to continue living. Chi! Blue light flickered about. The armor separated from him, making his expression pale. Moreover, at this time, Shi Hao discovered that something strange happened. 1 strand of immortal energy disappeared from Wu Tai's body. Only 2 strands left. The armor, is this miraculous? Shi Hao was shocked. Then, the 3 strands of immortal energy around his body spun about, blasting at Wu Tai. With a pu sounds, half of this person's body was crushed, falling into the volcano. Shi Hao revealed a strange expression. This person's strength was so weak, originally only having 2 strands. Only because of this armor could he obtain 3 strands? Wu Tai's face was like earth and ashes as he looked at Shi Hao, full of a defeated feeling. He originally thought that by relying on the armor strand of immortal energy, he could look down on this person, but he never thought that before this person, what he was most proud of was nothing. That person had 3 strands of immortal energy himself. Pong! Shi Hao trampled down. Wu Tai felt his damaged body break apart inch by inch, completely unable to withstand the power of a young supreme being with 3 strands of immortal energy. Many people on Immortal Academy's warship cried out in alarm, especially those young individuals who previously stood together with Wu Tai. Stop! Pong! When Shi Hao's foot dropped, even an archaic demonic mountain would be flattened beneath. So how could Wu Tai, a flesh and blood body, be able to withstand this power? Pooh! In that instant, Wu Tai's body burst, breaking apart inch by inch, turning into a bloody mist. Then only a head was left, carrying fear and alarm, face pale. His lips opened and closed, truly scared badly. Difficult for him to even say a word. Shi Hao pulled back his hand, not taking his life. After all, there were a few old monsters watching. If he truly took vicious action, he would likely be stopped. Audacious! On Immortal Academy's warship, those people reacted. The individuals who were close to Wu Tai all berated, pointing at Shi Hao. You actually dare do this type of thing? Injure my Academy's disciples in front of the elders' faces? Are you looking down on my Immortal Academy? Where did this wild brat come from? Actually challenging Immortal Academy's dignity, doing such savage things, killing Wu Tai until only a head remains. We won't tolerate this. Those people were all shouting loudly, directly blaming Xianxia for many things. All of them shouted like they were passing judgment from a high position, berating Xianxia for his dishonorable actions, about to discipline him. So noisy. What are you all making a racket for? Less nonsense. If you can't accept it, then just come at me. When faced with this berating, Xianxia only had this line, simple and forceful, domineering and cold. He directly declared that anyone who was unconvinced could feel free to come and fight him. Everyone from Heavenly Deity Institution looked at each other in dismay. They understood Huang, knowing that his Dao methods were profound, rarely encountering worthy opponents, but they didn't think he would be this bold, not showing any fear when facing Immortal Academy's people, instead directly beating them up, not putting them in his eyes at all. One had to bear in mind that Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples all longed for Immortal Academy, hoping that they would be chosen, some long making preparations, even having plans to make friends with the disciples of this academy. However, Huang instead acted as he pleased, powerfully suppressing a disciple of Immortal Academy. Compared to them, he was ridiculously fierce, not viewing Immortal Academy favorably from the very start. You really are daring? Are you challenging my Immortal Academy's experts? Those individuals' faces had long changed, one of them even more so acting fiercely, looking at the others on the warship in hopes of inviting the most powerful disciples to suppress this vicious individual. At this moment, none of those old monsters said anything, watching quietly this entire time. Only a flash of light occasionally passed through their eyes. As for Heavenly Deity Institution's elders, they also remained calm, not interfering. What are you all still speaking such nonsense for? Isn't talking so much just a reflection of your lacking in confidence? If you all really dared, then you would have already come down to fight. Otherwise, stop barking. Xianxia was not polite at all. His words sharp, ridiculing those individuals, a look of contempt and despise on his face. Wild youngster who doesn't know the depths of heaven and earth. You've humiliated my Immortal Academy. Do you really think there's no one who can deal with you? One person berated. At the very least, you all aren't enough. If you all really are scared and don't dare fight me alone, then you can come at me a few at a time. I'll even give you the chance to surround and attack me. Xianxia said, extremely brash and confident. Cut him down. Those individuals really didn't hesitate, immediately taking action. They all produced magical artifacts to suppress Xianxia. They were all secret treasures, all sparkling and brilliant, extremely powerful. With a raise of Xianxia's hand, the bronze core bow that had fallen to the distance entered his hands. He directly drew the bow and fired towards the sky, so noises sounding, the divine arrows like streaks of rainbows. Hong! Intense explosions sounded from the skies. There were some magical artifacts that were overturned, and some secret treasures that were shattered, the sound deafening. Too lacking. You don't dare come down, right? Only daring to release weapons from the ship, truly shaming Immortal Academy's reputation. Xianxia laughed loudly, mocking them in a completely undisguised manner. When these words sounded, regardless of whether it was Heavenly Deity Institution's people or Immortal Academy's disciples, their attention became focused on this individual. What are you acting all unbridled for? Hand over your life. There were immediately two people who leapt out, attacking at Xianxia together. It was because they were already mocked to this extent. If they continued to shrink back, it really was inexcusable, a type of humiliation. Even though they knew they weren't a match, the two still chose to fight. Even if they were defeated, suffering serious injuries, it was still much better than being looked down on by others. It was clear that they overestimated their own strength. Even though they used secret treasures that exceeded the Heavenly Deity realm, giving Xianxia quite a bit of threat, under his extreme speed, all of the attacks were avoided. Chi! A streak of sword light flew out, and then with a pu sound, one person's chest was pierced through, bright red blood flowing, a ghastly sight, a bit intimidating. Xianxia was also unhesitant, exceptionally powerful. His fingers were like swords, sword radiance immediately rushing into the heavens, directly seriously injuring one of them. You? That person's face became pale from alarm, staggering backwards, quickly evading. However, Xianxia was like a vicious tiger that descended a mountain, like a hidden dragon that leapt into the skies, powerful like a rainbow, impossible to withstand. He was going to unleash a great massacre. The other person rushed over to help, but as a result, he was cut by Xianxia's attack until blood gushed out. His stomach hacked open. Chaos calming art? Everyone cried out in alarm, their faces becoming serious, simply unable to believe their own eyes. Wasn't this the long-life family Wang family's sect protecting extreme art? It was the greatest inheritance, so how could he have it? Are you someone from the Wang family? One person asked. I am not, Xianxia replied, simple and forceful. He brandished the sword radiance again, hacking forward. In the distance, she was quite sullen. This was definitely not the chaos-calming art, but it looked extremely similar. It was clearly an extreme method Xianxia imitated and displayed here. The reason he had this type of power wasn't because the sword art was extraordinary, but because that person was too powerful. When he brandished the sword energy, what was activated wasn't the sword art's own true meaning itself, but other precious techniques. Kill! After those two were seriously injured, they shouted loudly, carrying out the final struggle. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. When those precious treasures that exceeded the heavenly deity realm became ineffective against him, unable to hit him, that meant that it was time for this battle to end. Chi! A streak of sword energy surged, simply as if it connected heaven and earth. With a pu sound, one of them was cut right in half at the waist. Blood scattered outwards, half of his body falling onto the ground. Ah! That person screamed miserably. The head on the upper half of his body was still there, his face deathly pale, the intense pain making his face warp. He already lost all fighting spirit and combat strength. Pooh! Almost at the same time, another scream sounded not far out from the other person. His head was removed by a streak of heaven-reaching sword energy. The sword energy entered his body, making the body that was separated explode. Clean and efficient, two great experts had their bodies completely destroyed. Together with Wu Tai, three great experts had now fallen here, all of them only having their heads left, without any strength to fight. Everyone erupted into an uproar. This fellow was decisive and direct, continuously cutting down three experts, his brows not even frowning during this process. Are you all convinced now? How about you all come down to exchange pointers too? Xianxia spoke, looking towards the ancient ship. There were still three individuals left, all of them people who previously stood together with Wu Tai. Just now, they didn't come down to participate in the battle, all of them still standing there, not willing to take the risk. At this time, when they heard Xianxia's challenge and mockery, their faces turned green and red, unable to argue back, all of them becoming quiet. At this moment, they were unable to respond, mocked until they couldn't show a temper. Otherwise, were they really going to fight? They were definitely going to suffer a similar great defeat. Xianxia laughed coldly, no longer paying them any attention. This type of quiet temperament made them feel even more embarrassed. There were some who, even though they were also disciples of Immortal Academy, felt like these individuals were too unsightly. Taking the initiative to provoke things was one thing, but they were suppressed instead, stupid and cowardly to this extent. Truly inviting humiliation onto yourselves. Are these my Immortal Academy's disciples? Unable to even take down a single youngster? Utter trash. There were people from Immortal Academy who couldn't hold it in, harshly criticizing, feeling embarrassed for them. At the same time, they felt a wave of discontent. Felt like that youth not only won over those individuals, but was also losing face for Immortal Academy. As for Heavenly Deity Institution students, they all revealed looks of surprise. There really wasn't much to say. Huang really was a fierce person, actually like this. We've lost. There is nothing to say about this. Can you return the azure armor? One person on the ancient ship said in humiliation, not daring to fight, instead asking for that armor. It was to the extent where they didn't even ask Sure how to first let Wu Tai and the other two go, because they believed that with the old monsters here, it would be difficult for those three to really die. This is my spoils of war. Why should I give it to you all? Sure Hao said coldly. He already saw that this armor was an ancient object, actually able to grant Wu Tai another strand of immortal energy, its power immeasurable, worth researching. This is little Sky King's armor, yet you want to take it for yourself? Just pull back here. The expression of one of them changed. What little Sky King, have I ever seen him before? I only know that I obtained some spoils of war from Wu Tai's hands. Won't discuss anything else. Sure Hao's tone was firm. All of the disciples from Immortal Academy felt their minds pound, many of their expressions changing. What kind of background did this fella have? Could it be that he really was going to provoke little Sky King? Even those old monsters' expressions changed, narrowing their eyes. Heavenly Deity Institution elders' minds jumped. They clearly knew about that individual named Little Sky King. Elders, please help us retake the Azure armor. Finally, one of them couldn't take it anymore, asking the old monsters to get involved. Cough, youngster. This armor has long recognized an owner. It won't be too useful in your hands. An old monster really did open his mouth and ask for it, clearly attaching great importance to this divine armor, not willing to let it fall into the hands of outsiders. Thank you for Senior's reminder, but I still wish to research it a bit. Sure Hao calmly replied. That old monster was speechless. Was this a pointer? This was clearly asking for it back. Hello? On Heavenly Deity Institution's side, regardless of whether it was Yao Yu, Wang Shi, or Lu Tua and the others, they were all a bit speechless. But they had no choice but to acknowledge this fella's boldness, really not scared of anything. Those on Immortal Academy's side were thinking similarly. Who was this fella? He really deserved praise for his courage, not listening to the old monster's urging. Could it be that he really wanted to fight a great battle against Little Sky King? Right now, there were some who revealed hostility, but there were also some that felt admiration, their eyes blinking as they continuously looked at him. At the same time, a few people walked out from the shiphold again. There were some young men and women who were especially eye-catching, as if they were the children of heaven, their bearing extraordinary. The men were heroic and tall, women exceptionally beautiful, all of them currently looking towards Sure Hao. These individuals were all extremely strong, their appearances deep and enigmatic. Immortal mists scattered around their bodies, not in strands, nor streaks, pervading the air just like that, making them look mysterious and extraordinary. On Heavenly Deity Institution's side, everyone was shocked. What kind of scene was this? It was extremely similar to a certain recording in historical texts, the effects of cultivating unmatched mysterious techniques. Immortal Academy is formidable after all, grasping Immortal Tao's secret texts, these core disciples all obtaining the true inheritance, immortal energy long merging with the Tao, all children of heaven. An elder from Heavenly Deity Institution said with a sigh. This made the minds of the Academy's disciples all shake greatly, because this type of evaluation was too high. Even Lu Tua, Wang Shi, and the others were rarely praised like this. Just some achievements while young, they are still far too lacking. There seem to be a few good saplings from Heavenly Deity Institution though. If they are carefully nurtured, they will quickly emerge from cocoons and become butterflies. An old monster said. Fourth Elder's face twitched slightly, feeling extremely unwilling inside. He understood the other party's intention. In the end, they were still going to come to Heavenly Deity Institution and select disciples, so their exceptional individuals were likely going to become Immortal Academy's disciples. Sure Hao, are you still not going to return the Azure armor to Immortal Academy? Second Elder said. This armor was an ancient artifact. When divine force supported it, it would become bright and dazzling. But when it was quiet, it was simple and unadorned, the blue radiance dim like normal earth. Sure Hao carried the armor, feeling extremely reluctant. He knew that this thing had an extraordinary background from a single look, definitely not an ordinary armor. He didn't want to return it. We have to ask you to return it. Those individuals that were close to Wu Tai on that ancient ship spoke up again, their voices extremely loud. It was because Immortal Academy's old monsters appeared, so their courage welled up again. How glared out, two streaks of golden rainbows flying out, immediately making those individuals shiver. When they saw the heads by Hao's feet, their minds were shaken up. You all humiliated me first, and then after being defeated, you retorted back with delirious ravings. Now, you are asking me to return this armor. Do you think that I am easily bullied? Or could it be that you believe that I am weak? Hao asked viciously. Those individuals were alarmed. They couldn't help but take steps backwards, their faces becoming pale, intimidated by his aura, feeling fear inside. Many people on Heavenly Deity Institution's side revealed strange looks, even the elders speechless. This youngster already had heads by his feet, leaving those individuals so scared they were shivering. Yet he still felt like he was wronged. He clearly didn't want to return the armor. Dao brother, let me remind you that is Little Sky King's item. In my Immortal Academy, there is none who does not know about Little Sky King's reputation. At this moment, a woman smiled faintly, speaking extremely calmly, precisely one of the youngster who came out later. There was an immortal Dao aura at the corners of her eyes, beautiful like someone who walked out from a painting. Heaven's children? Hao said softly to himself. He looked at those individuals, carefully sizing them up. Those individuals were all mysterious after all, immortal energy scattering out, merging with them, all of them otherworldly like aloof immortals. It's not like I seized it from Little Sky King's hands. This is my spoils of war from enemies who offended me. As for how to treat this matter, it is naturally up to me to decide. Hao said. Sigh. Little Sky King is definitely not a simple individual, you know? That woman's smile was sweet, not saying too much, nor showing any intentions of taking action. As for the others from Immortal Academy, they all revealed looks of surprise, as if they were looking forward to something, but also like they were taking delight in his misfortune as they looked at Hao. What kind of person is Little Sky King? Did he come? Hao lowered his head to look at Wu Tai's ruined body. At the heavenly deity realm, even though there was only a head left, there still wouldn't be any danger to one's life. One could still recover after slowly adjusting their condition. Cultivation profound, blessed by the heavens, long obtaining a mysterious immortal seed, already became a sect master level individual 2 years ago. Wu Tai played his part, no longer acting tough, obediently replying. However, Little Sky King didn't come because at his level, there was already no need to find a Dao seed here, long successfully taken that step. Hao frowned. The words were already spoken, couldn't be changed. Moreover, he had been provoked by the other party again and again, so if he really did return the armor when the other party asked for it, then he really would look too weak and easy to bully. Haha, since this young man really wishes to research this azure armor, then we'll first leave it in your hands. This thing is an immortal ancient remnant treasure, indeed quite unordinary. An old monster smiled and spoke. Heavenly Deity Institution's second elder frowned, but soon afterwards, he recovered his cool. Since it is like this, then just hold on to it, Hao. Understood. Hao happily agreed. Since it is like this, then we will search for immortal opportunities on our own and part here. An old monster from Immortal Academy said. The ancient ship carried immortal energy, releasing muffled noises. It slowly rose into the air, and then departed into the distance. Only bloodstains left on the ground. Wu Tai and the others were let go. Even though only heads remained, their heavenly deity bodies would regenerate soon. This volcanic region still couldn't be calm. Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples took action together, searching about here, the enormous volcano at the center even more so the target of their exploration. There is a sealing force, but there is no perfect 5 elements seed, an elder said with regret. In reality, it was still to be expected, because those old monsters stopped here for a bit, long secretly searching this place with their divine wills, leaving precisely because there were no opportunities left. However, the Academy's disciples found 2 flame Dao seeds from within the volcano. The value astonishing, so the trip hadn't been made in vain. Time quickly passed. Another half-month gone in the blink of an eye. There were many young figures moving about Five Elements continent, all of them searching for the Five Elements seed. Heavenly Deity Institution's silver ship continuously advanced, searching for that mysterious ancient land according to the ancient heavenly monuments recordings, based on the vague clues. Unfortunately, after those areas were searched, there were still no clues to be found. Was there a mistake in the recordings? They are just speculations made by those of ancient times after all, not a true treasure map. If they were sure where it was, then they wouldn't have left these clues behind. The elders discussed their following plan of action, how they should continue searching. Five Elements continent was too vast, no end in sight. If they searched through it area by area, who knew how much time would be used up? After all, this place as large as a starry sky. Walala! In the distance, golden light surged. A giant tree was moving, the golden ancient tree shining. There were many stars on it, all of them moving about as well. The half-world tree absorbed a tremendous amount of Five Elements spiritual essence, likely going to leave in a few days. What do you all think? Could the place where it took root be that sealed land? This question was raised during the elders' discussion. The silver warship set out again, landing not too far from the golden ancient tree, looking about nearby. Unfortunately, there was still no gains, still not finding that exceptional seed. Five magics sealing heavenly seed. Second elder walked back and forth, thinking it over again and again. Then he pointed at the half-world tree, saying, "The place it descended is definitely an important place. Let's start from there. Could it be Five Elements reversal?" Eventually, when an elder thought of the ranked formation diagrams, he was shocked, proposing this type of conjecture. Five Elements reversal, defying the order of Five Elements foundation, reversing the world? Second elder's face revealed shock. He also recalled this legend. That was not some good legend, rumored to be an extremely frightening thing. The one who was searching for this formation diagram already died. It was rumored to have sealed a formidable object. Many formations have existed since the ancient times. There are ranked killing formations, ranked vicious formations. It is rumored that this Five Elements reversal formation is ranked within the top 3 of the vicious formations. An elder spoke with a serious expression. With the half-world tree at the center, we are going to carry out a derivation in advance. Second elder made this decision. On the silver warship, none of the disciples dared disturb them, because they all knew that the elders were currently exhausting themselves mentally and physically to study this place. Sure Hao was also extremely shocked. The elders sat on an elevated platform, all of their appearances dignified. Soon afterwards, their foreheads were covered in sweat, engravings continuously made on the elevated platform, writing down formation methods. Five Elements reversal's true meaning should conform with the proper Five Elements formation, a dividing line within it. They continuously searched about, finally actually successfully deducing some clues. Second elder quickly carved the diagram, drawing the seal on the elevated platform. This is... A few disciples swarmed over, all of them shocked. In the location where the half-world tree was, a symbol was carved. Then there was a dividing line not far out, and then a symbol appeared on the other end as well. Soon afterwards, yin and yang energies swirled, slowly moving, gradually forming a circle, wrapping around the two symbols and dividing line. Yin-yang diagram. Everyone cried out in alarm. Wasn't it related to the Five Elements? There was actually this type of great Tao picture that was involved. Second elder said, the half-world tree is rooted in a yin-yang eye position, so the location of the five magic sealing heavenly seed location should be located on the other symmetrical yin-yang eye position. They actually really did successfully derive its location, leaving everyone greatly shocked. On the elevated platform, yin and yang energies swirled, the great Tao diagram appearing, mysterious and powerful. The yin-yang eye inside unexpectedly became the location of Five Elements reversal. Everyone turned around to look at the world tree, and then at the boundless continent. What was on the elevated platform was merely the deduced formation diagram, while the true continent's terrain was what was really terrifying. There were great formations that had existed for all of eternity, absolutely shocking arrangements. Are you certain that the other yin-yang I has a heavenly seed sealed inside? An elder carried doubt inside, as well as even more uneasiness. It was because according to the rumors, the place of 5 elements reversal was extremely terrifying, not a place they could come in contact with. Those who headed there all died, no survivors ever returning alive. The golden ancient tree swayed back and forth. Starlight flickered about in the air, countless stars also moving along with the golden leaves. The silver warship set sail, disappearing from this place, following the path that was deduced towards the distant corresponding location, the other pure land symmetrical to this place. We are almost there. This region was extremely peaceful, mountain ranges rising and falling, 5 elements foundational energy strong. Large amounts of it surged from below the earth, the dense spiritual essence like immortal mist. The elders carefully examined this place, carefully ascertaining the area of the so-called precise location. They didn't dare advance further, because the rumors were all extremely frightening. Oh! Suddenly, when they advanced more than 100 li, a whimpering sound could be heard from the mountainous region ahead, as if someone was crying. As they got closer, everyone looked at each other in dismay. That was just a mountain valley. Yet when wind blew past, there was this type of sorrowful sobbing sound. This is the place. Second elder's expression was serious. When everyone heard him, they all became nervous. At this moment, the warship stopped, floating in midair. According to the legends, this place was definitely going to be extremely dangerous. If there really was a 5 elements reversal formation, then it was definitely a place of great danger. All those who entered would die. The canyons were great. When one looked down from midair, the surging mists looked like they lead to the netherworld. From time to time, there were great winds that blew the mists aside. One could see that the mountain valley was full of bones, some snow-white like jade, some golden and translucent, some purple and sparkling. They came from different species, the colors of the bones different. It was unknown just how many years had passed. Those divine bones had all been eroded by the wind. 5 elements reversal formation, an elder said decisively. It was because this place matched up with the legends. He saw the remains of supreme beings, moreover not just 1 or 2. Even people of this level were killed. Even though they didn't enter, they already saw so many corpses from the distance, all of them belonging to exceptional experts, not a single one of them ordinary. There were some who weren't killed, but rather looked like they died in meditation. Second elder had a shocked expression on his face, a bit confused. It really is like this. All of you, look. There are some who are sitting in the ravine, their postures still unchanged even after their flesh rotted away, only a skeleton remaining, as if they were trying to comprehend something. Third elder noted, expressing his agreement. It is a bit different from what we imagined. Another elder said. Wind was still blowing, woo-woo sounds produced again. Together with the skeletal remains all over the ground, these ancient remains looked increasingly mysterious, making everyone feel a type of unclear feeling. Retreat! Second elder gave this order. The silver warship moved, withdrawing far from this place until there was a safe enough distance between them. Then, fifth elder produced a war puppet carved from a piece of lightning-stricken wood. It was less than 3 inches tall, entirely pitch black like black jade, lightning radiance flickering about from time to time. He flung it out, and then the war puppet grew larger and larger as it faced the wind, turning into the height of a person, becoming tall and sturdy like a powerful warrior in dark golden armor. This war puppet was a rare fine good, its strength extremely great, exceeding the heavenly deity level. Right now, with the 5 elders operating it, it was as agile as a cat, quickly leaping into the mountain valley. You really are willing to have this war puppet you refined for several years be destroyed here? Fourth elder said. We have to pay some kind of price, and only then can we understand what is going on in this ravine. Fifth elder looked extremely helpless. There was no way they could directly force their way in, they had to scout around first. The war puppet entered the valley, lightning radiance flickering about it, forming a barrier of light around its body, protecting it. It was sharp as if it possessed life. Everyone was nervous. Those with heavenly eyes all opened them, watching closely, waiting for a result. Of course, because they were too far away, even using the heavenly eyes was strenuous, not many people able to see clearly. It was because those elders were extremely careful, staying extremely far away. It entered the mountain valley depths. It hasn't displayed any reactions. Nothing unexpected happening to it. Fifth elder was shocked. It was completely different from what they had anticipated. Isn't the 5 elements reversal formation extremely dangerous, destroying the foundation of 5 elements? All things originate from the 5 elements, so if one steps in, unexpected things will happen, so how can it be like this type of situation? Fourth elder felt puzzled. Fifth elder closed his eyes. A strand of primordial spirit imprint merged together with that war puppet, able to clearly sense everything in the valley. Right now, he was precisely observing its surroundings. An hour later, everyone became a bit restless, feeling quite uneasy, to the extent where some became impatient. Only then did Fifth Elder open his eyes. It is quite strange. The innermost depths of the ravine are extremely peaceful, no abnormalities. It can be entered. These news definitely had great effects, even leaving Second Elder shocked. I saw a few stone engravings with some things recorded on it. I feel like it is worth consulting. Fifth Elder added. What was engraved? The others asked. Mysterious words. Fifth Elder's expression was strange. He then added, using the world as a furnace, the years as a flame. On that stone engraving it actually mentioned pill refinement, but the pill furnace and flame used really were a bit frightening. According to what was recorded, this was a place of pill refinement. Of course, there are some places that have already turned into ruins. The inscriptions incomplete, difficult to say clearly. Fifth Elder said, Let's go. The 2 of us should take a look. Second Elder produced a spiritual body, and then it quickly left, entering that ravine, joining the war puppet. After a while, Second Elder's spiritual body and the war puppet returned, his expression strange. How was it? The other elders asked. We can enter this place, quite different from what we expected. At the very least, in this present era, it is already safe in the mountain valley. Second Elder said. The others all became pleasantly surprised, all of them wishing to search through this place. Even Sure Hao and the younger generation couldn't sit still. The silver warship moved through the air, returning to the mountain valley. Meanwhile, this time they directly entered, landing in the valley depths. It was spacious, ancient, carrying an aura of great changes. This place carried a type of indescribable and unclear feeling. There were many bones on the ground that had already been eroded, giant rocks and other things completely deformed from the wind, rain, and former flames of war. The warship landed here, everyone walking out one after another. There are quite a few engravings here, all of them discussing the land of 5 elements reversal. We carefully searched around just now, and after serious research, believe that there are no dangers here anymore. Second Elder said. Why is this? The others naturally didn't understand. The 5 elements reversal formation has stopped operating. As long as it isn't touched, nothing unexpected will happen. Second Elder explained. What exactly happened? What did you 2 discover? Even the other elders were baffled. This ravine is where the Yin-Yang Eye is located. If it was in the past, there was no way we could enter so easily, needing to use great magical force to resist its power. At that time, there was danger of dying at any time. Second Elder explained a step further. There was a stone engraving that recorded quite clearly that one day, one would be able to smoothly enter the ravine, meaning that the dangers here had already been eliminated. This was a sealed land. According to what was recorded, there was originally an exceptional vicious individual that was imprisoned here. If this creature ever escaped, the results would be unimaginable. There were many recordings that made it clear that this was a pill refinement place. The people of the past had drew a great vicious existence into this place, using 5 elements continent as a furnace, time as the flame to refine it into medicine. Just what kind of pill medicine is it? To have such a grand plan, needing endless time as flames to refine? According to what was recorded, it is time for that pill medicine to emerge from the furnace. Second elder said when the value of this medicine was mentioned, even he felt a bit stirred up, overwhelmed by emotions, because that pill medicine was an immortal object, able to resurrect immortal kings. What? This is the pill medicine refined endlessly for immortals, needing to wait an entire great era. Everyone became dumbstruck. No wonder there was a 5 elements reversal formation arranged to protect it. 5 magics sealing heavenly seed. What was sealed was a great medicine. Even the elders revealed surprised looks. The so-called 5 magics should point to the 5 elements reversal formation, while the heavenly seed is the medicine that can resurrect immortal kings. Fifth elder nodded and said, "Something isn't quite right. I still feel as if things are strange." Third elder didn't seem too convinced. There are many stone engravings, one recording that there really is a perfect seed, left behind to match the sealed great vicious being. It should still be there even now. Second elder said, "It was because there were just too many engravings, they could only believe what was recorded more often. Towards these ambiguous recordings, they weren't that sure. That was why even though second elder and fifth elder explored this place, they still weren't sure if there was a perfect heavenly seed." Suddenly, a warship arrived from the distance, stirring up mists, slowly descending. "Damn it! Why did they also come?" Third elder said with a sigh, discovering Immortal Academy's warship. "Everyone, we meet again. This time we won't yield out of courtesy. This place has immortal opportunities, so we have to leave it for ourselves." An old monster appeared. Everyone from Heavenly Deity Institution felt helpless. This place definitely couldn't remain calm. In the end, there might be an intense battle and struggle. "Do you all know what kind of place this is?" Second elder asked. "Naturally, a bit clearer than you all. Back then, there were but people who returned alive from this place from Immortal Academy." An old monster said, "Only after that person returned alive, he died after being unable to explain much. That was why not even Immortal Academy's people were sure about this place's precise location, continuously searching for it this time. Even though it looks calm without dangers, no one can say for sure what will happen when the medicine furnace is opened. How about we join hands to open the world furnace?" An old monster said. "Fine." Second elder happily agreed. The ravine was vast. When one stood at the very bottom, their surroundings would be dim, mists pervading the air, as if they arrived at the bottom of an enormous abyss. The old monsters from Immortal Academy were currently discussing things with Heavenly Deity Institution's second elder and others on how to open up the pill furnace and obtain the rare great medicine within. If not for the half-world tree descending and taking root in a yin-yang eye, providing us with the coordinates to use as reference, we might not be able to find it in this life. They felt quite fortunate. This large continent was incredibly vast, like a boundless cosmos of its own. Comparatively, when stars fell, they would seem as insignificant as specks of dust. If they searched about here without any clues, they might not find anything even after searching for several lifetimes and eras. The two academies' elders moved together, carefully analyzing this place. It was clear that Immortal Academy's old monsters were even more formidable, their statuses even a step higher than Heavenly Deity Institution's elders. It could be said that they were the most ancient group of people still alive in this world. In Heavenly Deity Institution, only the Great Elder and Second Elder could compare to them, not feel afraid when facing them. After discussing and careful deducing, they gradually understood the layout of this place. They revealed happy expressions, now certain that the great world had changed. This place no longer that dangerous. There is a mysterious veil waiting for us to uncover. In these individuals' opinion, the canyon they saw was merely the outermost area, not the true scene in the so-called sealed land at all. The real ancient land has been covered. We need to break our way in. Even though they understood some of the mysteries, they still proceeded extremely carefully, fearing that they might accidentally stir up something and produce heaven-shocking changes. In the depths of the ravine, there seemed to be no road left. A precipice stood in their way, But the elders didn't stop, continuing forward. Break through this stone wall, and only then can we see the truth. Heavenly Deity Institution's fifth elder walked forward, and then he directly smashed into the wall. Dong! The earth shook and mountains trembled, lightning symbols flickering about his body. With a pung sound, fifth elder was smashed back by a streak of lightning. His chest rose and fell, face turning pale, blood flowing out from his mouth. He was injured, this type of result appearing just from touching this mountain wall. Ha ha! An old monster from Immortal Academy chuckled, remaining calm, but his words really were quite harsh. Youngster really are hot-tempered. This is only a checkpoint, yet instead of searching for a way you just had to run straight at it. The face of Heavenly Deity Institution's fifth elder became both green and white. He was now how old? His age was ancient. If he said it out loud, it might really leave the people here frightened, yet he was actually treated like a youngster. This was a type of mockery, and even more so a type of contempt. While speaking, that old monster from Immortal Academy already walked forward, arriving before the stone wall. He carefully analyzed it and then walked towards the mountain wall. Dong! Following a muffled sound, the entire valley and mountain wall shook violently. That old monster began to cough out large amounts of blood, flying out, his injuries not light. Everyone became stupefied, and then felt a wave of deep chilliness inside. Even an old monster was injured, leaving them all horrified. Senior, why did you act even more straightforward than me? Your injuries more serious? Heavenly Deity Institution's fifth elder was astonished, asking with an unflinching expression. That old monster was angered until his face fell ashen. He swung out his sleeve, and then with a wah sound, spat out another mouthful of blood. Only then did he stop himself, not wishing to say anything more. Then, two elders separately walked forward, carefully testing things out. The results were still the same, both of them blasted back. They discovered that the more powerful the individual, the more serious the injuries they suffered. You! Give it a try! Immortal Academy's old monster pointed at a disciple, having him go up. Elder, even you all failed. If I go, wouldn't I just be throwing my life away? That person said with a trembling voice. Less nonsense, hurry and go up. This might be a great opportunity for you. The old monster was extremely domineering, unquestionable, and could not be defied. Even though that youngster felt apprehensive, he couldn't refuse. In the end, he braced himself and arrived in front of the mountain wall, and then walked forward with his teeth clenched. He didn't smash into the mountain wall, instead directly entering, his figure disappearing. He succeeded, entering the ancient land that contains the true great opportunities. That person disappeared after entering just like that, not coming out again. You, come over as well. The old monster chose another disciple. He watched carefully, wishing to try many times. The results were the same. That person disappeared, successfully entering the mountain wall, moreover not receiving any obstruction. How could it be like this? Even the younger generation could all go in while we are all blocked outside. Difficult for us to enter. What is the reasoning behind this? Those elders were naturally discontent. For them, this was a type of humiliation. It is actually extremely simple. It is like a large web cast in the lake. The large fish cannot go through, stopped by the web, while the little fish can go through the holes in the net, quickly passing through like they are walking through a passage. Soon afterwards, after studying this place, they deduced the effects of this stone wall. This wasn't a true stone wall, but rather a type of formation related to the 5 elements reversal formation. When it was truly activated, heaven and earth would split, ghosts and gods would howl and weep. The elders from the 2 academies were stunned. This place stopped them from advancing, only the small fish able to enter. This was difficult for them to accept, making them feel extremely helpless. Shwa! Right at this time, the 2 who went in previously both came back, their expressions extremely excited, faces full of shock. Elders, there are many precious medicines inside. They successfully returned, proving their previous suspicions. The conclusion they came to was true. Everyone erupted into commotion. The news that these two brought back definitely created quite the stir. At the same time, they discovered that there were injuries and traces of blood on their bodies, in extremely sorry states, suffering dangers along the way. What happened to you two? What kind of world is it inside? An old monster asked. There are many heaven and earth spiritual things, but there are dangers as well. We wanted to pick the divine medicines, but we were injured by symbols as a result. One of them replied. Otherwise, they wouldn't have returned so quickly. Even though there were rare medicinal plants and other things, if they couldn't pick them, going in earlier didn't have any meaning. Who else is willing to go inside and explore, see what the world on the other side is like? An old monster asked, about to send young experts inside to seize natural luck and opportunities. On the other side, after Heavenly Deity Institution's second elder discussed with the others, they also asked the academy students if anyone wanted to enter. In the first batch of people, Shi Hao, Yao Yu, Lu Tuo, and the other outstanding individuals were included. They all signed up, wishing to immediately search what it was like on the other side and fight for natural luck. Similarly, there were powerful experts on Immortal Academy's side as well, the outstanding individuals among the younger generation. There were figures everywhere. The two academy students were separated from each other, arriving at the mountain wall from different locations, a set distance between each of them. You all have to be careful. There were elders who warned from behind. However, before his words dropped, the two academy students moved quickly, disappearing from that stone wall. Shi Hao didn't feel like he ran into any mountain rock, instead as if he passed through a mist, undoing a mysterious veil, directly appearing in an ancient land. It was a bit dark, the lighting here rather lacking. The earth was dark red in color, as if a great bloody battle had happened here, dyeing this place this color. After endless years had passed, even the color of the earth changed. Soon afterwards, they smelled a fragrance. Up ahead, spiritual light floated about, auspicious energy overflowing, currently wafting out from different areas. This dark ancient land had many medicinal herbs after all. In the area closest to Shi Hao was a pool, inside of it a sparkling silver lotus that was about to mature. The fragrance it released wafted out into the distance, drawing many people's attention. He wasn't the only one who saw it. There were others who noticed it as well. Their eyes immediately widened, all of them rushing over. Pong! Immortal energy erupted, several people taking action at the same time. When they clashed, immortal energy immediately erupted. They were all experts. Shi Hao, Lu Tuo, and Wang Xiao took action. Meanwhile, there were people at a similar level from Immortal Academy's side as well, confronting them here. Soul Guiding Lotus. When everyone backed up, occupying favorable positions, they immediately prepared to fight again, because this thing was too rare and important. This was a world-shocking divine medicine. It grew in divine liquid, normally difficult to find, a bit unfitting even if one described it as invaluable because its uses were just too great. Even if someone had his primordial spirit shattered, just by eating this soul-guiding lotus, their primordial spirit could still undergo rebirth, thus regenerate. For cultivators, how precious was this? Divine medicines had price values, while the soul-guiding lotus didn't. Pong! The second clash began. Even though they were from the same academy, Lu Tuo, Wang Shi, Shi Hao, and the others were still attacking each other. At the same time, Immortal Academy's people weren't of one mind either, competing with each other. Only those who cultivated two strands of immortal energy didn't interfere. They collapsed from the immortal energy that erupted there, their expressions pale. The earth here was a dark red color, lacking plant life, vitality not really flourishing. It could be said that there were many places that were completely barren. There is phoenix grass here. In that instant, someone leapt out, charging in another direction, no longer fighting over the soul-guiding lotus, instead gonna fight over phoenix grass. You are that Huang, the lunatic who injured my Immortal Academy's disciples and boasted shamelessly? A woman spoke coldly. She was extremely beautiful, facial features like something out of a drawing, refined and exceptional. Her body was tall and slender, blue clothes fluttering about, as if she was going to ride the wind. 3 strands of immortal energy moved about her as she confronted Shi Hao. Hao was sure that he had never met her before. When he clashed with those from Immortal Academy, this woman was definitely in the ship, not showing herself all this time. Out of the way! Hao raised his fist, smashing outwards. No matter who stood in his way, he was going to fight them. He needed this soul-guiding lotus. Hang! Cultivating the ancient method, yet still treats our Immortal Academy with disrespect. Do you not want to become a disciple of Immortal Academy? Apart from displaying powerful strength, this woman even threatened like this, clearly wishing to make her enemy feel apprehension and seize this soul-guiding lotus. If your strength isn't great enough, you won't be able to subdue me even if you borrow Immortal Academy. I've already taken in a male servant with 3 strands of immortal energy. If you insist on making me your enemy, I don't mind taking in a female one too. Hao warned. Of course, this was similarly a type of provocation that carried serious provocation, causing this powerful woman's mind to fluctuate wildly. Hong! Another great collision erupted. Not only did Hao and this woman confront each other, there were others who joined in. Lu Tuo, Wang Shi, and others from Immortal Academy didn't leave yet. A great chaotic battle happened here. Young supreme beings with 3 strands of immortal energy fought intensely. There weren't many plants in this dark ancient land, but when they did appear, they were all spiritual medicines. Even divine medicines like the soul-guiding lotus and phoenix grass appeared, naturally leaving everyone shocked. Not long afterwards, this place became chaotic, everyone fighting intensely. A great, confusing battle erupted. Pang! Hao fought with that woman. His palm released a faint golden radiance, releasing Kuan Peng power. It smashed together with the immortal energy she released, making everything around them shake. Kill! On the other side, Lu Tuo and a young man fought against each other, both of them covered in blood. This was a world-shocking great battle between those with 3 strands of immortal energy. You have to properly think things through. Fighting a decisive battle over a stalk of medicine with me. If this really is worth it, that woman threatened. She was someone who used every means fair or foul, not hesitating to use Immortal Academy to pressure Hao into giving up on the soul-guiding louts. Less rubbish. Just fight for it with your own strength. Hao remained unmoved, directly sending a fist smashing out. Lightning radiance was released in thousands of streaks, all of it erupting before him, brilliant and dazzling. If it was a normal person, they would have long been blasted by the lightning into charred residue. Not difficult for this lightning radiance to kill heavenly deities at all, comparable to the most terrifying heavenly tribulation. However, this woman was extremely tough. 3 strands of immortal energy merged into the Tao, forming wisps, wrapping around her impressive figure, moreover displaying a type of ancient Tao method. Hao's magical force was profound, flesh body powerful, bravery unmatched. After clashing forcefully with her several times, he directly rushed forward. This was especially the case when several hundred golden willow branches rushed out in Hao's surroundings, immediately leaving this woman stupefied. Her expression became strange, involuntarily taking a few steps back. Hong! Hao leapt over, throwing himself forward, about to pull out that soul-guiding lotus. This lotus flower was holy and pure, its fragrance wafting out, entirely silvery white in color, radiance flickering about. It took root in a spring, within the pool of divine liquid that was sparkling and translucent. The pool wasn't that large, only a few zhang in perimeter. There was innate essence energy inside, accompanied by a flower fragrance. Dong! At the critical moment, a streak of purple radiance flew over. Wang Shi took action, displaying several precious techniques with a raise of her hand, stopping Hao's advance. Qi. Then, she even displayed the chaos-calming art, using this unmatched sword art that shocked past and present, severing the void, cutting off the path ahead, not letting Hao approach. At the same time, Lu Tuo also took action. He released a great shout that sounded like lightning, displaying an ancient heavenly art, blasting at Hao's back, the power brilliant and majestic. Immortal Academy's people also worked together to stop Hao. Meanwhile, that woman who had previously taken action against Hao also snapped back, continuously releasing precious technique attacks murderously in his direction. Sure how shifted sideways, avoiding the precious techniques, his body shifting about like a fiend. He gave Xianxia a cold look, and then turned around to give that woman from Immortal Academy a palm. Pong! The woman's body was greatly shaken up. In a contest of physical strength, how many people could compare to Sure Hao? He was practically no different from the most powerful body refinement cultivator. The space between her thumb and index finger split, blood flowing out. Immortal Academy's woman gripped her hand, bits of bright red color appearing on her thumb, the true blood that flowed from that wound. Sure Hao rushed forward again, his countless afterimages making everyone confused, not knowing if they were real or fake. Could only be said that his speed was too fast. His target was still the soul-guiding lotus. However, these people were extremely decisive. Regardless of whether it was Heavenly Deity Institution students or Immortal Academy's disciples, they took action together. Anyone who dared approach the divine pool would suffer devastating attacks. Sure Hao was extremely powerful, but it was still difficult for him to face everyone alone. After all, these were the ones with the most terrifying potential in the 9 heavens 10 earths, all of them cultivating 3 strands of immortal energy. Hong! Those people couldn't distinguish between what was an afterimage and what was his real body at all. The only thing they could do was release attacks. With numbers on their side, they didn't have to worry about whether they hit the true body or not. As long as they saw figures, they would attack, and many of the attacks were released beforehand. It was because the soul-guiding lotus grew here. They directly released precious techniques, bombarding its surroundings, protecting it within. If anyone went to pick it, then it was the same as running straight into a barrage of attacks. Zhang! Right at this time, the sound of a weapon being unsheathed sounded. Xianxia pulled out a divine sword that contained immortal gold. It was exceptionally sharp, surging with auspicious light. At the same time, a resounding sound was transmitted from the Immortal Academy woman Sure Hao had fought before. This was a phoenix wing immortal gold ranseur, brilliant and dazzling. This weapon was extremely astonishing. Mixed within was radiant immortal gold, snow white and brilliant, resplendent like a sun. It was incredibly intimidating. This woman had just suffered a loss, the space between her thumb and index finger splitting open from the physical struggle. Now she used her own weapon. As soon as this magical artifact appeared, the world rumbled. Wherever the sharp blade passed, the void was cut apart. Accept death! She released a light shout, hacking forward murderously. This left others extremely shocked. This type of great weapon was normally something men used, giving one an extremely valiant appearance when brandished. This woman was slender and tall, her figure wonderful, yet she used this type of divine weapon, her figure really drawing eyes. Kill! Sure Hao released a short shout. He faced it barehandedly, fighting an intense battle against her. He avoided the sharp edge, his palm and fingers like blades as they hacked at the metal pole. Hoo! Crazy winds swept about. The phoenix wing immortal gold ranseur surged with snow-white multicolored light, flourishing like a flame, making even the void distort, burning Sure Hao's hand. With a walla sound, black water overflowed. Sure Hao used the Kuan Peng technique's great force. That hand formed a Kuan fish, moving black waves to protect himself. Dang! At the same time, his palm hacked down on the metal pole, releasing Kuan Peng force, making this divine weapon tremble greatly, producing Wang sounds like vibrating, buzzing sounds. Chi! Right at this time, Xianxia took action. She held that exceptional divine sword in hand, cold radiance surging from it, severing space as it attacked. Chaos calming art was displayed as well, displayed through the divine weapon. Sure Hao felt quite the restraining fear towards this method, because it was one of the most powerful sword arts from past to present. It had previously forced back terrifying foreign creatures, calming the chaos of an era. He supported his single heavenly passage, entire body shining. Willow Deity technique and Lightning Emperor Precious technique merged together, several hundred golden branches wrapping around lightning radiance, turning into sharp arrows as they rushed in Xia's direction. Ho! Lu Tuo released a great roar, his head of hair moving about. A sky-reaching great tree appeared above him, produced from immortal energy. Endless great Tao energy was released from its swaying body, sweeping towards Shi Hao. At this moment, Shi Hao suffered attacks from all directions. It was because he was the closest to the soul-guiding lotus, and he had been attacking this entire time, desiring it greatly, thus incurring everyone's resistance, all of them wishing to suppress him first. It was clear that this type of battle was extremely difficult. Immortal Academy's people and Heavenly Deity Institution's young supreme beings were targeting him this entire time, stopping him from seizing the soul-guiding lotus. There was danger of him falling at every corner. Chi. Under the joint attacks of several great opponents, Shi Hao turned into a Kuan Peng, rushing into the sky, avoiding that murderous situation. He stood in the void, his expression cold. He didn't retreat. With a cold smile, he said, "I want to see which one of you can bring it away. Since anyone who tried to seize it would suffer the attacks of everyone else, then he would wait right here, see who was going to be the next one that would be attacked from all directions." As a result, everyone stood in place, no one willing to take a single step, all of them feeling apprehension. "I don't have time to waste here like you all. I still have to fight over other divine medicines," Shi Hao said. He dove down again, taking the initiative to take action. Hong! The phoenix wing immortal gold Ransur hacked over, flickering with astonishing radiance. It carried a hazy great Tao aura, sealing off Shi Hao's path of advance. At the same time, Lu Tuo's hands formed imprints, a blast of thunder releasing from his mouth, thousands of streaks of light surging from his hands as he attacked Shi Hao murderously. Meanwhile, Wang Shi also moved her divine sword, hacking forward. Everyone moved, taking action together, sealing off Shi Hao's path, wishing to cut him down. Shi Hao's entire body shone, becoming shocking and brilliant, as if his very being ignited. His single heavenly passage turned into an enormous sun, displaying all types of symbols. He released a shout. His aura was terrifying. His own strength increased to the limit, smashing straight into those young supreme beings' ring of ambush. Hong! This place surged, precious techniques appearing one after another. They were all attacks from the most powerful peerless individuals, drowning out Shi Hao's area. However, a vacuum zone quickly appeared, large amounts of radiance growing dim, as if ice and snow melted away. Magical force immunity! Wang Shi cried out in alarm. Recently, the Wang family had always been investigating Shi Hao, long understanding his background, knowing he had this type of ability. Everyone's expression changed, watching helplessly as he broke through the precious technique's blockade, quickly approaching the divine pond, about to pluck the soul-guiding lotus with a raise of his hand. Lost effectiveness. Immortal Academy's woman couldn't help but cry out. She brandished her phoenix wing immortal gold Ransur, not using precious techniques, attacking directly with weapons. Shi Hao leapt out, and with a dang sound, the sole of his foot stepped on that Ransur, causing it to tremble greatly. A single motion from his body neutralized this attack. When Wang Shi's divine sword stabbed over, he flicked his finger, striking against the sword body, making it vibrate with wong-wong sounds. Lu Tuo and the others from Immortal Academy rushed forward. Shi Hao's single heavenly passage surged, erupting with all types of symbols. Several types of precious techniques merged together, counter-attacking everyone. Magical force immunity, this type of skill was truly stunning at critical moments. One could face everyone alone, and could even display the most powerful counterattack. Pong! At the same time, Shi Hao grabbed the soul-guiding lotus with a single motion. The soul-guiding lotus silver radiance moved heaven and earth, immediately erupting with heaven-reaching divine multicolored light. It struggled about violently in Shi Hao's hands. Chi! Everyone took action together. How could they watch as he seized this rare divine medicine for himself? Large amounts of light struck over, but they were all neutralized, magical force ineffective. Only the phoenix wing immortal gold Ransur, divine sword, war halberd, lance, and other weapons could do anything. Shi Hao had no choice but to deal with them. Suddenly, Shi Hao's hands shook intensely. The silver-colored lotus leaves melted, turning into liquid. Then, the petals withered, also turning into sparkling liquid, melting there. In the void, the silver droplets of liquid condensed, surging from Xianxia's palms and fingers, rushing into midair where it gathered into a sphere of liquid that was silver and sparkling. This stalk of divine medicine actually melted, displaying this sudden change at the most critical moment. However, the liquid was still there, floating in the void, extremely fragrant, more than 10 times richer than before. Everyone's eyes burned with desire, grabbing towards it together. When a divine medicine matures, it will dissolve on its own into precious liquid. Its roots have escaped, someone said with a sigh. Xianxia was at the very front, he naturally couldn't let this go. His large hand reached out, covering forward, hoping to grasp it. However, those people all displayed force. This was a competition of physical strength. The young supreme beings all displaying terrifying methods. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens, attacking fiercely. Xianxia's body was greatly shaken. He had no choice but to seriously defend himself. It was because his body was shaking, his single heavenly passage warping, about to collapse. This wasn't only because of those people's attacks. There was another reason. His magical force immunity was losing effectiveness. These people were all extraordinary, the symbols they displayed before extremely frightening. Magical force immunity was battered with attacks, and now it couldn't support itself anymore, about to dissipate. Lu Tuo's palms were lush green, slamming over murderously, the power enough to penetrate the heavenly dome. Xianxia's hand grabbed the soul-guiding lotus liquid, his other hand quickly moving. They continuously clashed with those two palms. This place rumbled with noise, power surging, the void distorting and then exploding. Qi. Sword radiance crashed down. Wang Shi's sword stabbed over. Ka. The void was hacked open. Immortal Academy's woman held the Phoenix Wing Immortal Gold Ronsor, also bringing it down, aiming straight for Xianxia's head. Apart from this, the other two from Immortal Academy also slaughtered their way over. Spears and halberds descended at the same time, incredibly sharp, flickering with cold radiance. They stabbed directly at Xianxia's vitals. Hong! Xianxia's single heavenly passage shone, surging with precious techniques. The golden willow branches turned into divine chains of order, rushing in all directions, attacking indiscriminately. Apart from this, endless streaks of lightning erupted here. Meanwhile, his body even more so shone. Reincarnation, profound mysteries appearing, engulfing all directions. A great collision erupted here. Xianxia fought furiously. With the magical force immunity on the verge of vanishing, he had to fight with the last bit of advantage he still had. Wang! The void trembled, and then it shook intensely. All types of precious lights surged. Everyone was immediately pleasantly surprised, discovering their symbols were effective again. They all released vicious attacks forward. Just now, there were a few people whose expressions were still unpleasant because their precious techniques were ineffective against Xianxia, while the other party's Kunpeng technique, Lightning Emperor divine ability, Reincarnation symbols and others all erupted, truly making their expressions change. Now, the situation reversed. These people's precious techniques displayed their use, completely pouring down. The attacks that should have taken effect now arrived. Divine radiance erupted from Xianxia's eyes. Even though he was being disturbed and attacked, the hand that covered the silver liquid didn't pull back. A cauldron appeared between his palms and fingers, collecting away all of the liquid. Dong! These people's precious techniques descended. Even someone as powerful as Xianxia couldn't face everyone head-on. His single heavenly passage became blurry and dim, distorting, about to explode. Qi! The chaos-calming art took effect. A sword hacked over, drawing a burst of blood. When Xianxia evaded, he avoided damage to his vitals, but his arm was still injured by the sword radiance. Striking red blood trickled down, the injuries not that serious. However, sword energy surged, containing a spiritual will, about to damage Xianxia's body. Leave! Xianxia released a short shout. A pair of Kunpeng wings appeared behind him. With a fierce shake, Great Yin and Great Yang force intertwined, spinning about, eliminating the sword energy from his body. Hong Long. The fist imprint Lu Tuo condensed arrived, clashing with Shi Hao head-on. The heavenly dome released dong-dong sounds, the void collapsing. Dang! When the phoenix wing Immortal Gold Ranseur belonging to the woman from Immortal Academy descended, Shi Hao leaned to the side, his palm and fingers striking against the phoenix wing edges. Kung Chang noises rang out, sparks flew in all directions. A war halberd and lance stabbed over. Two other great experts charged at him, aiming at the space between Shi Hao's brows. The most crucial thing was that immortal energy pervaded the air, symbols surging. Precious techniques swept over in a berserk manner. Shi Hao entered a dire situation. He fought an intense battle against many people, all of them the most powerful individuals of the younger generation, the most promising individuals from the 9 heavens 10 earths, so his situation naturally didn't look good. Pang! Shi Hao put away the silver liquid. His hands formed magical imprints, fighting a great battle against everyone. He blasted aside the war halberd and struck away the lance, his heroicness unstoppable. He wanted to break out, but these individuals attacked together viciously, their faces fallen. Soul guiding lotus, it was too miraculous. Even if one's primordial spirit shattered, they could use this to revive and be reborn. Who didn't want to obtain this? This was equivalent to an extra life. Hong! When Shi Hao barehandedly stopped the phoenix wing Immortal Gold Ranseur again, this weapon suddenly shone, the temperature terrifyingly high, simply able to burn the world, ignite the 9 heavens. Shi Hao's palm was in intense pain. When he lowered his head, he discovered that his palm was scorched black. If not for his strength being powerful enough, his entire arm would have been burned to ashes just now. Kill! Immortal Academy's woman lightly berated. Her entire being seemed to have ignited. She charged at Shi Hao while bathed in sky reaching fiery light, sealing this place with divine flames. Sky-burning flames! Someone cried out in alarm. Shi Hao was deeply surprised. This type of fire was too powerful, posing a threat to him, even him feeling the great heat. He had to treat this seriously. Tao flames that could burn the heavens. An unmatched divine flame. He knew what this was. It was because he had previously seen this type of ancient method, great sky-burning art, an unmatched ancient method. These flames could burn down the heavens. Chi! Fiery light reached into the sky, sweeping towards Shi Hao, the blazing heat difficult to defend against. His palms that were scorched black transmitted back even greater pain. Hong! Shi Hao condensed a magical imprint, his aura changing greatly, showing contempt to everything under the heavens. He displayed the 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art, supporting his different precious techniques, blasting forward. In that instant, he went completely berserk. Precious techniques interwove into light, bombarding this place, as if the gates to 6 Tao had truly been opened, time itself altered by reincarnation. Chang! Immediately afterwards, Shi Hao drew a sword. At first, it was dim, but when he just began to swing it, divine light surged, light surging into the sky, a hazy rain of light covering everything. Ka! The phoenix wing Immortal Gold Ranseur was cut in half, and then the immortal gold stored within surged towards the sword core in Shi Hao's hands. A great treasure was thus destroyed. This was the everlasting immortal sword. Shi Hao normally wouldn't use it, but when it was used, it meant that his eyes were red from murderous intent, about to stake it all. Chi! Sword light flashed. 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art coordinated with it, almost removing that Immortal Academy woman's arm. She quickly withdrew backwards, her face full of pain from losing her weapon, finding it difficult to accept. Her phoenix wing Immortal Gold Ranseur was destroyed, cut apart by a sword, and then the immortal gold stored within was seized. Now just scrap metal. Zhang! The others' attacks arrived. Shi Hao displayed the 6 Tao Reincarnation's ancient heavenly art, supporting this sword. He already let it go. The sword core's rainbow light spinning about here, carrying heavenly Tao patterns. This sword core seemed like it had revived, extremely mysterious. Light poured down like rain, a humanoid creature appearing on the sword core, immortal mists pervading the air, the scene extremely intimidating. Ka. When Wang Shi's sword stabbed over, the everlasting immortal sword hacked down, breaking it into two on the spot, absorbing the immortal gold within. Shi Hao was shocked. After not using this sword for quite some time, he discovered that this sword was becoming more and more powerful. As his strength increased, this sword core seemed to have been nurtured, becoming many times more terrifying than before. Wang Shi's charming face turned pale, feeling incredibly broken-hearted. This was but an exceptional sword, yet it was cut through by someone like this. It was just too much of a pity. Hong. It was as if Shi Hao went crazy. He activated the 6 Dao Reincarnation's divine ability, attacking everyone until their expressions changed. He slaughtered his way out with this sword alone just like that. Chi. The shoulder of Immortal Academy's woman produced a blast of blood, almost cut apart diagonally. Pang! Wang Shi flew out. The 6 Dao Reincarnation's great divine ability was displayed, Wang Shi suffering the brunt of the attack, her body shaken until blood trickled out from the corners of her lips. Chi. Sword energy weaved about. Shi Hao charged out from this dangerous place, breaking free from the encirclement situation, and then he stopped. He really didn't have a choice when he was surrounded by everyone. With so many young supreme beings attacking him from all sides, he actually broke his way out while still in good shape. If news of this got out, it would definitely shock the world. Right now, many people felt helpless. Shi Hao stood there not too far away. They could still attack him, but they were no longer as active as before. Does anyone else want the soul-guiding lotus? Shi Hao asked. There was no way of obtaining it even if they wanted it, and they all knew why. Hang! Lu Tuo released a cold snort, the first to withdraw, rushing into the distance. Wang Shi turned around, not saying anything, also silently withdrawing. Actually injuring me, you'll pay for this sooner or later, Immortal Academy's woman said. If you don't want to accept it, then come over and fight right now. Shi Hao shouted. I'll fight you another day, have to fight for some spoils of war first, Immortal Academy's woman said through clenched teeth, turning around to leave. The minds of this group of people were all shaken, none of them willing to fight against this madman. They all wanted to continue searching for divine medicine. It was because they knew this person grasped the Kuanpeng technique, his speed too fast. Now that he obtained the divine medicine, breaking free, if he wasn't a match for them, escaping was too easy. In that instant, this place became peaceful, everyone leaving. Shi Hao laughed coldly, following behind them. Now, it was his time to take the initiative targeting these people. If anyone obtained divine medicine, then that was who he would loot. The soul-guiding lotus silver light moved heaven and earth, instantly releasing heaven-reaching divine multicolored light. It struggled intensely in Shi Hao's hands. This dusky ancient land lacked light, but it didn't lack rare precious medicines. A sweet fragrance filled this place. No lack of divine things, and as such, intense struggles and conflicts erupted. With the soul-guiding lotus in hand, Shi Hao felt joy, but he still wasn't satisfied. He began to carry out his next plans, following those people forward. Phoenix grass. There was also an intense battle in that region. Heavenly deity institution's Xianxia was injured. A delicate and pretty youth from Immortal Academy roared. His aura actually became berserk. He forced back his opponents, seizing the phoenix grass. Shi Hao came a step too late. He didn't recognize this person, but it wasn't someone who fought with him over the soul-guiding lotus, and as a result, he didn't pursue him. Ao? In another region, dragon cries shook the 9 heavens. A purple dragon rose up, carrying mists with it, the scene incredibly magnificent. Evil dragon medicine, someone cried out loudly, pleasantly surprised. Meanwhile, a commotion had broken out here, everyone fighting crazily. Even Shi Hao was shocked. That stalk of medicine looked extraordinary, irregular scenes astonishing, sparking an intense battle. Many people surrounded that area, attacking each other. Wang Shi went there, Lu Tuo took action. The woman from Immortal Academy who had her Phoenix Wing Immortal Gold Ransur destroyed also charged over, all of them desiring that medicine. This was a stalk of medicine that was a foot tall, purple and sparkling. It was rooted in the ground here, wishing to escape, but it was forced back again. Divine medicines were intelligent, able to escape through the earth. This was the legendary evil dragon medicine, its divine effects astonishing. It wanted to escape, but it was trapped by a formation someone laid here, unable to successfully leave. As a result, the battle here also became exceptionally spectacular, figures flying about, fighting life and death struggles. The 6 or 7 leaves on that medicine looked like domineering evil dragons, the blades of the leaves like dragon claws. Purple energy rose, divine light flickering about, the scene extremely dazzling. "This is simply like a restricted dragon," someone exclaimed in admiration. This stalk was among the best of divine medicines. Hong. The battle here was extremely terrifying. All types of great divine abilities all appearing, immortal energy scattering, tearing through heaven and earth. These were all the most powerful individuals. What was the most eye-catching was the one who used the dragon fist, simply like a true dragon as he moved through the air, clashing head-on against others, defeating all those in his path. Soon afterwards, he also suffered the same bitterness sure how previously did, being attacked from all directions. He was precisely 10-crown king. He roared towards the sky. A small sparkling tree that was replete with moisture appeared in his right hand, bright and multicolored. Chaotic energy surged, shocking all of his opponent. Heavenly deity institutions people were still relatively better off, while Immortal Academy disciples' eyes immediately went red. This was one of the most powerful immortal seeds in history, one that was absolutely perfect, making them feel jealousy and shock. There were immediately people who rushed over, to the extent where they didn't even fight over the evil dragon medicine, surrounding 10-crown king, wishing to seize the precious tree in his hands. With a world tree sapling here, what point is there in fighting over anything else? Merging with it is better than all opportunities. Those people went crazy, attacking 10-crown king, their eyes blazing with greed. Hong. Only they underestimated the power of the world tree sapling. When it released its power, leaves rustled about, chaotic sword radiance swept out, making everyone's expressions change. The great battle was bitter. In the end, one person was struck by the world tree sapling, his entire chest area caving in, his 3 strands of immortal energy almost scattering. Only then did everyone become horrified, breaking out in cold sweat. 10-crown king obtained it, seizing the evil dragon medicine with a single motion. This was something he had to obtain. He cultivated the true dragon precious technique, grasping the most domineering dragon fist. If he refined both fists with the evil dragon medicine, then the benefits would be unimaginable. Hong. Sure how came, but he didn't take action against 10-crown king. Instead, a fist smashed out, almost blasting through that Immortal Academy woman's back. Fortunately, her reaction speed was fast enough, quickly evading, her entire body erupting with precious radiance. Despite this being the case, she still staggered about, her lower back struck. Her slender body rose into the air, blood continuously coughed out from midair. Who? Those on the side shouted, these all individuals from Immortal Palace. When they turned around and saw that it was sure how, their expressions immediately changed, because they had previously surrounded him too not long ago. Shua. Sure how landed, but no one faced him. Those individuals all felt restraining fear. They had exchanged blows with him already, deeply understanding how frightening he was. This fella is a problem. Find someone to suppress him. What a pity. The most formidable individuals like Little Sky King and the others aren't here. Even though these individuals felt a bit unsatisfied, they didn't rashly take action. In the end, they even more so directly left, even that woman herself only glaring at him angrily, not fighting to the end. It was because there were many opportunities in this ancient land. They didn't want to waste time. Precious light surged in the distance, another divine medicine emerging. Medicinal fragrance wafted out. It really was unknown what kind of great natural luck this place carried. 6 types of unmatched divine medicines already emerging, enough to shock the entire world. Up until now, 3 types of divine medicines were obtained. Meanwhile, there were many other spiritual herbs, holy medicines even more so appearing in untold numbers, making everyone's eyes red, their blood surging. The 3 stalks of divine medicines all landed in the hands of young supreme beings. The others who only had 2 strands of immortal energy could only sigh inwardly, not getting involved, obediently picking the other spiritual herbs. There are more people now. Did the second batch of people enter? The first group of people who entered were stunned. It was clear that someone went out to send news, informing the others that there weren't dangers, but divine medicines and other great opportunities. As a result, the elders began to send in the second batch of disciples. This region was extremely vast, those who entered appearing in all different positions. Immortal Academy's people had good eyes. They saw a green-clothed woman in a region, precisely Qing, her appearance quiet and peaceful, face exquisite and flawless, beauty enough to topple cities. It's her. The woman who walked together with Sure Hao. Back then, when conflict broke out between Immortal Academy's Wu Tai and others, Qing was right by his side, and she was also involved in the ridicule Wu Tai and the others spoke. That was why when she appeared here, she was immediately recognized. Hang, it's this woman, even she dares to come. We have to have her taste a bit of suffering no matter what, someone said. There just happened to be a young supreme being with 3 strands of immortal energy who was passing through this place. When he heard this, his expression was moved. Not long ago, when he surrounded Sure Hao, he suffered a loss, having the soul-guiding lotus seized. He found this a bit hard to accept inside, so now, he immediately developed different thoughts. You, come over here, he shouted out, extremely domineering. However, when he carefully examined Qing Yi's appearance, he felt a wave of shock, ripples stirring within him. The words had long been spoken. They couldn't be changed. He really wanted to capture Qing Yi. Regardless of whether it was to get revenge on Sure Hao or to restrict him when they fought for medicines later on, he had to take action. Octatic treasure unicorn. In the distance, someone cried out, full of pleasant surprise. Many people were fighting chaotically. Sure Hao's mind was moved. There was actually this type of thing? He quickly rushed over, wishing to fight over it. Qi. A qilin-shaped creature was beneath the ground, trying to escape, but it was quickly forced to appear again. Octatic treasure unicorn. A plant the shape of a qilin. This thing normally hid underground in the depths of the Ur mine, absorbing the essence of the great earth. It rarely appeared in this world. It was the leader of the archaic octatic treasures, one of the world's finest foods. Its taste enough to make deities salivate, delicious to an indescribable degree. Even the culinary deities of the world could only sigh at its rarity. Apart from this, it had another important use, which was that when it was mixed with other medicinal herbs, it could increase its medicinal effects by more than just a few times. One could imagine if a stalk of divine medicine or even a stalk of long-life medicine was mixed with this octatic treasure unicorn, just what kind of effects there would be. That was why no one purely viewed it as something to satisfy their desire for good food. Even if they obtained it, they would still have to store it and use it at the crucial moment. Only, this thing was too rare, even more miraculous than divine medicines, rarely seen. They never expected to find one here. As a result, everyone began to fight and compete over it. Sure Hao had previously obtained one in the 3,000 provinces' immortal ancient remains, but it had already been eaten with divine medicine, only the root kept, waiting for it to regrow. Now that he saw another stalk, how could he not be pleasantly surprised? He slaughtered his way forward. It was because he recalled a faint recording from bone books that if 2 stalks of octatic treasure unicorns encountered each other, there might be some type of astonishing change. Hong. He encountered Lu Tua here, exchanging a fist on the spot. There was no friendship of being from the same academy to speak of here, only intense battles and fighting over natural luck. The octatic treasure unicorn fled again. Restrict the earth. We cannot allow it to escape through the ground. Everyone displayed secret methods, sealing the ground. After clashing continuously, Sure Hao caused the space between Lu Tuo's thumb and index finger to split, blood flowing out. His body wasn't a match, unable to fight Hao head-on. And, suddenly, Hao saw green moonlight pervading the air, a familiar aura spreading. The immortal Tao energy was extremely clear. It was Qingyi. Hao was certain that she followed the second group of people in, and was currently fighting against others, forced to use that mysterious green moon. In another place, Meng Do was extremely shocked. He never expected this woman could summon this green moon, releasing a rain of light to protect herself. He was originally extremely domineering, wishing to quickly capture this world-toppling green-clothed beauty, but in the end, he discovered that the green moon stopped him, and there was even mysterious flame that burned about, forcing him to retreat. All of you, look. Isn't that extremely similar to the green lunar flame recorded in legends? How could it be accompanying her at side? You're right. That's the green lunar flame. Have you all heard that legend? That immortal ancient great era's fairy Qing you will appear in this world one day? Could she be related to her? A few of Immortal Academy's disciples began to discuss among themselves, all of them extremely shocked. That green moon made them recall too many things, recalling some secrets. Meng Do was moved, inwardly surprised. This woman was related to true immortal Qingyu? If he captured her ahead of time, having her follow him at his side, then there might be world-shocking natural luck. He immediately took action, using 3 strands of immortal energy to suppress her. Moreover, using secret treasures to quickly capture Qingyi. However, it wasn't effective, and Qingyi's green moon seemed to have begun to retaliate as well. You forced me to use murderous methods. Meng Do's expression was ice-cold. Ho! Suddenly, a great roar sounded. Hao arrived from the air, slaughtering his way over. Pong! He was extremely direct, a Kuan Pong fist appearing as soon as he arrived, shaking up heaven and earth, striking Meng Do until he fell back. An intense battle was unavoidable, erupting on the spot. Pooh! Meng Do wasn't a match. When he took action against Hao, that was together with everyone else surrounding and attacking him, yet they couldn't even stop this youth. Now that they were fighting one-on-one, he was blasted until blood sprayed out from his mouth. Hong! Hao used several precious methods, fighting a decisive battle against Meng Do. As a result, his chest was blasted through, lightning shooting out in tens of thousands of streaks, blasting that place until it immediately became scorched black after blood rushed out. Ah! Meng Do screamed, feeling like his body was going to break apart, his primordial spirit unsteady, very likely falling here. He turned around and immediately ran. Hao chased after him, shocking everyone here. Was a young supreme being going to die here? Chi! Finally, Meng Do fled the ancient land, rushing out from the cliff, appearing before the 2 Academy's elders, almost dying. This was the first young supreme being that withdrew, triggering a huge commotion. When Immortal Academy's old monsters learned what happened, their expressions all became unpleasant. If this continued, if that Huang went crazy, will everyone be forced out? Meng Do was even defeated, almost killed. This definitely left everyone greatly shocked. Everyone's evaluation of Hao's strength increased once more, believing that this was an extremely dangerous person. Not even someone who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy was a match for him, truly making everyone feel restraining fear. You all right? Hao looked towards Qingyi. Qingyi shook her head. She felt rather strange. A green moon suspended above her, making her look a bit absent-minded. At this moment, she seemed to have seen many blurry scenes, feeling an unmatched fairy currently walking towards her inner world, gradually becoming clearer. Qingyu, she muttered to herself. Nearby, everyone was shocked. Could the inner details be true, the legend going to become reality? The true immortal of a former era was going to descend into this world again. Everyone's minds shook, feeling that this was inconceivable, revealing an expression of disbelief. Hong! Hao released a cold hung. This sound crashing down on everyone's minds, making them all snap back. Everyone shivered with fear, especially Immortal Academy's people who even more so shivered in fear. This was simply an unmatched killing disaster, even defeating Meng Do. How many people were there left who could keep him in check? Experts with 3 strands of immortal energy were all exceptional individuals, people who would rule the 9 heavens 10 earths in the future, destined to become unmatched powerful beings. However, that type of individual was still almost killed by Xianxia running away shamelessly. This was enough to prove how frightening this person from the lower realm was. Xianxia's performance made these people feel extremely uneasy, none of them daring to get close. In the distance, when the woman who had her phoenix wing immortal gold Ransur destroyed saw this scene, she was dealt a mental blow. She really didn't know if she should rejoice or curse. Shua! The green moon flashed, entering Qing Yi's body once more. The gentle moonlight disappeared. She woke up from that absent-minded state. "Don't tell me you really are a reincarnated body?" Xianxia asked. "Weren't there some supreme beings that already proved that true reincarnations doesn't exist in this world?" Qing Yi shook her head. However, she didn't know what exactly was going on with this green moon either. "Let's go, we should pick divine medicines. I feel like this is an abandoned medicine garden with many divine medicines planted within," Xianxia said. He brought Qing Yi in the direction he came from. There was an octatic treasure unicorn here, from a certain perspective, something even more rare and precious than divine medicines, its value even greater. When the 2 individuals left, this place couldn't calm down. Immortal Academy's people were greatly shocked, a few people starting to discuss quietly. The 3 strands of immortal energy he has are likely all cultivated by himself, not a quick fix, not through stealing opportunities. I believe this should be the case. He is like the unmatched young experts from immortal ancient great era. They all relied on themselves to cultivate them, not obtained from older generations' achievements. This naturally triggered great waves. Everyone watched Xianxia's rear figure disappear into the distance, their eyes containing complex and burning expressions. They were sure that this was a true matchless young expert. Immortal Academy's people had long heard that even though there were young supreme beings who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, there were some that were padded, created through the assistance of great figures. For example, some people absorbing the aura from ancient immortal corpses, some directly exchanging a set of flesh. And now, they were sure that Xianxia was definitely a piece of true gold. "Don't let it get away." In another direction, there was someone who shouted, trying to capture the octatic treasure unicorn. This place was surrounded by a formation, but the Qilin-shaped plant was too agile, moving about the earth, its escape methods unmatched, difficult to track down. Moreover, because everyone was fighting with each other, taking action and resisting one another, it made it much easier to run. This was especially the case when Xianxia returned, a few people becoming anxious, directly opening up a hole in the formation, and then waiting with heaven and earth pouches and other spatial precious artifacts to take a risk and seize it. This way, that octatic treasure unicorn truly obtained the opportunity to run. "Fool, what you doing?" Lu Tuo was furious, loudly berating a young man from Immortal Academy. "Qi, Princess Yao Yu was also here." She activated a streak of moonlight, sweeping towards the depths of the earth. But she was still a step too late. That octatic treasure unicorn rushed out directly through the opening. "Collect!" Immortal Academy's expert shouted, activating a heaven and earth pouch, blocking the opening, about to collect it. "Qi!" On the other side, Wang Shi ruthlessly took action. The space between her brows shone, half of her primordial spirit separating, merging with the sword radiance and immortal energy. It directly hacked out, power exceptionally powerful. She attacked with the chaos-calming art, the power naturally endlessly terrifying. Immortal Academy's male was shocked, hurriedly defending himself. His hands moved, and then the heaven and earth pouch's radiance moved, unable to collect the octatic treasure unicorn, passing right by him. "No!" Many people cried out. "Hong!" Xianxia rushed over, arriving through the air. He reached out a large earthen-colored hand, slapping the table, blasting apart the earth, and then grabbed outwards. In that instant, earth and rock flew everywhere, 5 elements energy surging chaotically, smoke and dust rushing into the sky. "Zhang!" A divine sword released a light cry, cutting open the heavens. Dang! A great bell rang out, long and drawn out, the sound ringing for thousands of li, producing ripples of time. Wang! A 6-layered pagoda smashed down, making space itself unstable, the void tremble. Natural laws suppressed this place. These were all great Tao weapons, weapons of young supreme beings. When the earth ruptured, everyone took action without holding back, crazily attacking. It was clear that Hao took on the brunt of the firepower. Everyone was worried that he would obtain it, quite a few people even charging at him. In reality, regardless of who it was who obtained the octatic treasure unicorn, they would be attacked by everyone else, suffering the suppression of magical artifacts and precious techniques. Hao was like a specter, his figure flickering, silently shifting out who knew how many li, avoiding the various weapons. He looked coldly at everyone. His grab towards the octatic treasure unicorn failed, not able to obtain it. Everyone naturally stopped their attacks, all of their expressions ugly. That rare octatic treasure unicorn was actually lost just like this. It was originally even trapped in the formation. You selfish and small-minded person. Lu Tua berated, directly sending a palm in the direction of that young man from Immortal Academy. The others were also upset. Princess Yao Yu released a streak of moonlight, attacking at him, even Immortal Academy's people annoyed, not helping that person. This place became chaotic, extremely noisy. Hao also felt vexed, really wanting to slap that male from Immortal Academy to death. After missing this chance, it would be hard for them to capture that octatic treasure unicorn again. Dong! Suddenly, a muffled sound could be heard from the distance. The great earth was shaking in response, shocking everyone. Then, a tremendous noise rang out. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and earth caving in, the void even shaking, rumbling noises sounding. Everyone turned around, their eyes full of shock as they looked in the same direction. An expanse of primordial symbols surged, filling the skies. Guardian Spirit text. Someone cried out. If one were to say what was one similarity between the last great era and this one, then it would be Guardian Spirits. However, Guardian Spirit texts had long been lost in inheritance, or changed entirely. Regardless of whether it was Immortal Ancient or the present world, Guardian Spirits all existed. Those that had weaker strength protected a tribe, while those with greater strength would protect a country, or maybe a great heaven and earth. Only, now, the Guardian Spirits are a bit different from those from Immortal Ancient, living independently. Rarely would there be secretly exchanged Guardian Spirit texts between them. Let's go! A group of people rose into the air, flying in that direction. Hao also moved, traveling together with Qingyi. There was a small temple located within a small mountain. This was the destination, an extremely simple place without magnificent mountains and rivers. There was no beautiful scenery. This place too monotonous. The small temple was extremely worn out, about to collapse. There was only one opening, and it was at the base of the mountain. The small mountain was bare, no plants on its surface, mainly made of rock, extremely short, only barely passable as a mountain. It wasn't over 100 meters in height. But the astonishing Guardian Spirit text came from the mountain body, making the void brilliant. In front of the mountain, there were some figures that made Hao's expression become serious, not daring to act recklessly. Exiled Immortal, who was just as famous as Ten Crown King, was there. And there was also the Protector's descendant, Dugu Yun. Apart from this, there were two formidable individuals from Immortal Academy, these individuals all standing outside the small mountain right now. There were a few traces on the stone walls, the engravings blurry, but symbols were currently seeping out through those walls. A door rested right on that stone wall. Those individuals attacked it just now, as if they were trying to enter from this place. Right now, exiled Immortal took action, attacking at some of the patterns on the walls using quite a bit of effort. Immortal Academy's two individuals also moved, attacking again, similarly striking the stone wall. Dazzling symbols rushed into the air, released from the mountain body. That stone gate seems to have become a bit clearer just now. Do you all see? The precious picture on the wall shone just now, as if it was about to truly appear. Everyone began to discuss among themselves, all of them paying careful attention. Do you recognize those guardian spirit texts? Sure Hao asked Qingyi. I don't recognize all of them, Qingyi said. However, she still read a few characters, enough to leave Sure Hao shocked. 5 magics sealing heavenly seed is precisely here. This stone mountain path must be taken, Qingyi said. Hong. Right at this time, the protector's descendant Dugu Yun took action. In addition, he bit down on his middle finger, dripping a bit of golden blood on the stone walls. At this moment, shocking changes happened. Oh! A world-shaking roar sounded from that stone wall, as if it came from the distant ancient past, carrying an aura of great changes, as well as a primitive savageness. Then, everyone was shocked. A few indistinct figures that were trapped in the stone wall really appeared, as if they were walking over from the limits of heaven and earth, slowly approaching them. Heavens! Isn't this a door carved into a stone wall? How can there really be someone walking inside? Is it going to cross over? Someone cried out loudly. That figure was extremely blurry, but it was quite frightening, carrying a wave of domineeringness, as well as a type of excitement and boldness. Quickly ran, shaking up this entire place. Even outside the mountain, in the world where everyone was in, the great earth began to shake, trembling along with it. 11. Following a great roar, the mountain began to shake violently. Inside the gate that was carved on the stone wall, a hand that was covered in fur reached out. That figure was going to leave its world. That hand was hairy, covered in red long hair. Even though it was the shape of a hand, it still made most people immediately think of a beast claw. It actually reached out through the stone wall, appearing from the engraved door. Everyone was stupefied. This was a door drawn on a rock wall, so how could it really become a path? Oh! That sound was so deafening it made everyone's eardrums feel like they were going to rupture. This entire world was trembling intensely, that creature struggling with difficulty, wishing to break free, struggle out from the stone walls. What was going on? Many people were confused. The stone engraving was reviving. Someone was going to come into this world? This really was strange, making one's heart beat violently. A savage aura swept out, as if it ran here from the ancient times, wishing to show itself in this world, contend with the heroes of this world. Only it failed after trying several times. After that entirely red-haired hand reached out, its body didn't move again, unable to move through. Hong! Immortal Academy's 2 experts released a cold snort. They walked up together, about to take action. Out of the way! The protector's descendant Dugu Yun shouted. In that instant, his entire body's golden blood energy surged, even his head of thick pitch-black long hair becoming golden. His entire body's aura raised to the peak. At this moment, his expression was extremely serious. At the same time, there was a type of excitement within the depths of his pupils, impatient as he stood right in front of the stone wall. In the stone wall, that figure seemed to feel some misgivings, fearing that it would be plotted against. That arm disappeared, returning inside the engraved stone door. Dugu Yun's arms moved out, actually producing a mysterious magical imprint, from time to time striking the stone wall, producing strange patterns. This seemed like some type of powerful offensive magic technique, and also like some type of ceremony was being carried out. In addition, during this process, his finger continuously trickled out blood. When the golden blood landed on the stone walls, it was as if an arid desert finally experienced rain and dew, completely absorbing everything. What are you doing? Immortal Academy's 2 individuals shouted. Exiled Immortal's expression changed slightly. He looked at the Protector's descendant. His aloof and otherworldly aura restrained somewhat, now appearing a bit serious. A pair of true Phoenix Void figures appeared behind, preparing to attack at any time. Amu du Luo. Right at this moment, an overcast noise sounded from the stone wall. That hairy arm moved again, sensing the golden blood's aura, at the same time as if asking something. Almost no one could understand what it was saying. That voice was difficult to understand, the syllables ancient, moreover carrying a wave of strange demonic power that seemed to be able to injure one's soul. Tuaka and I masal, Duguyun replied, his expression more and more dignified. Golden blood continuously flowed out from the finger, converging towards the stone door. Explain to us what you are doing right now. Right at this time, Ten Crown King also stepped out. He stood there, in his hands the world tree sapling. In addition, Sure How came out, his expression extremely serious. A terrifying aura was released, making quite a few people from Immortal Academy and Heavenly Deity Institution back up, feeling like the situation was extremely dangerous. Sure How had to admit that what the Protector's descendant was doing was too strange. No matter how he looked at it, it looked as if he was cracking a seal, making that creature come over. This was especially the case when one thought about Dugu Yun's background, immediately making them feel more worried. After all, he had previously lived in the other side of the world, not growing up in the 9 heavens 10 earths. The fact that he was brought over by a foreign expert was already not normal in itself. Can you understand what they are saying? Sure How secretly asked Qingyi. Qingyi frowned, thinking to herself, interacting with the green moon within her, wishing to figure out what those two were talking about. Mo Dao, come here. Sure How gave the foreign expert he had subdued a look. He had just hurried over here. Right now, he actually revealed a look of shock. Sure How was naturally moved, calling him over, asking him if he could understand what they were saying. Mo Dao felt rather conflicted, but he still spoke, saying, "This is the language of the other side of the world. I cannot understand it, but I know that this is the most ancient Emperor clan's language." This was definitely shocking information. Everyone's expressions changed greatly. With a hula sound, Lu Tua, exiled Immortal, and Immortal Academy's people surrounded over, about to subdue Dugu Yun. It was because his actions were just too suspicious, actually using the most ancient foreign Emperor clan language to communicate with the creature in the stone wall, immediately making everyone produce negative associations. It was because according to what Mo Dao said, even in the other side of the world, not many clans could understand it, only a few Emperor clans able to understand. This was an undying language, words of the great Dao. This type of language was an embodiment of the Dao to begin within, able to produce the most powerful incantations. Hong, exiled Immortal, took action extremely decisive. A true phoenix appeared before him, its feathers brilliantly, resplendent with divine light, illuminating the sky. It dove towards the stone wall, attacking Dugu Yun. Qi, golden blood energy surged around the Protector's descendant, creating a storm. Meanwhile, the indistinct figure inside was like an unmatched war god, able to forcefully resist the true phoenix. A dong noise sounded in this place, the void exploding. The two had just exchanged attacks, yet the most terrifying destructive results were already produced. Even the young supreme beings who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy withdrew, not willing to be easily caught up, all of their expressions serious. It was because their strength was too great. There was even less of a need to talk about normal people, their faces turning pale. They activated their immortal energy to protect themselves, quickly withdrawing. Hong, 10 Crown King took action. With the world tree sapling in hand, he directly attacked that stone wall, producing the most terrifying scene. Heaven collapsed and earth split. Ghosts wept and deities howled. Chaotic energy rushed in all directions. His target was the stone gate as well as the palm that reached out. Ao? A roar sounded, grand and resonant, as if it erupted right by everyone's ears, making everyone feel as if their blood ran cold. That stone wall was shining, many symbols appearing on the surface. This was especially the case when golden blood flowed, filling all of the stone engravings, making the stone doors sparkling and almost transparent. An extremely terrifying wave of energy was released from that area. The seal has been undone. Someone cried out in alarm, speculating this type of result. Body couldn't help but tremble. That stone gate shone, actually stopping the world tree sapling, ridiculously powerful. All types of symbols and patterns interweaved densely, extremely mysterious. Then not only an arm reached out. Half a body followed, and then its entire body emerged. A creature came over. Hong! There was a type of savage aura, a wave of crazy power. The creature stepped out of the stone door, covering heaven and earth as it arrived, its eyes coldly sweeping over everywhere. This was a human-shaped creature, but it was unknown what kind of species this was. There was scarlet red hair covering its entire body, a head taller than normal people. Its eyes were a silver color. The young supreme beings were unexpectedly unified, each standing at a side, surrounding this place. Every one of them produced weapons and other things, ready to release a decisive strike at any time. Duguyun walked up, almost about to make physical contact with it. Exiled Immortal and 10-Crown King took a few steps back, not immediately taking action because it was all too late now. They quietly watched how the situation was going to develop. This place immediately became quiet, no one opening their mouths. They all wanted to see what exactly the Protector's descendant wanted to do. Of course, there were many people who were extremely nervous. After all, a creature was mysteriously released, so how could they not be worried? Gu Luo Mosi? Duguyun said, earnest and serious, in the end even shouting it out, about to become hostile with that creature. That creature whose entire body was covered in scarlet red hair spoke deeply and coldly, its silver pupils releasing metal-like light, its voice extremely unyielding as it conversed with the Protector's descendant. Everyone was confused, not knowing what they were saying. What exactly was Duguyun trying to do? This was what everyone wanted to know. There was someone who wanted to get access to their divine wills, but they discovered with shock that they couldn't do this, all of them failing. A few people even suffering a backslash, blood flowing out from the space between their brows. You can't understand even a single line? Sure how asked Demo Dao. This type of undying language is something only the most powerful clans in the other side have the qualifications to learn, only grasped within a few emperor clans. Mo Dao felt helpless. He was extremely strong, but not even his clan could rank in the very front. Right at this time, Qing Yi opened her eyes. A layer of pure and holy moonlight scattered out. She opened her mouth and said, I understand some of it. Those nearby were all shocked. Even exiled Immortal Wang Shi, 10-Crown King, Immortal Academy's great experts and others looked over with shock. The Protector's descendants is inquiring about their bloodline's land of residence. How to get there. He is trying to find an ancient path. Qing Yi's words left everyone shocked. Meanwhile, her following explanation was even more shocking. Duguyun continued to ask that creature covered in red hair, asking him how to find that path and enter that secret land. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't the Protector's bloodline completely wiped out? There were only a few individuals, and almost all of them were killed in battle. However, when they heard Qing Yi's following explanations, they began to shiver coldly. That so-called clan's land of residence was a different place. Their original home. Heavens! The Protector's bloodline's place of origin? There are still survivors? They don't seem to be in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Just how powerful is this clan? Everyone's fine hairs stood on end. Some of the people who left this clan back then protected this world, being called protectors, so if the rest from the original land came, just how terrifying would it be? Soon afterwards, everyone thought of an issue. Moreover, inner details they had only recently understood. Creatures with golden blood were known to be an unmatched clan. During immortal ancient years, there were other legends claiming that they were one of the 4 supreme bloodlines. One of the 4 powerful bloodlines. Duguyun's clan is an extremely powerful one. Could it be that they weren't wiped out? This really is scary. Perhaps the so-called title of being one of the 4 supreme bloodlines was something those people from the clan's original location contended for. Everyone's minds were in chaos, their emotions rising and falling, finding it difficult to calm down. Immortal Ancient has secrets, too many unknowns. It seemed like many past things were going to reappear in this era. Exactly what kind of task was Duguyun given after being sent back to this world? Will he help the foreign side? Or is he searching for his own clansman's location? Everyone carried doubts, finding it hard to calm down. They were all hoping that no drastic unforeseen changes took place. There were a few people who thought of many other things. Not long ago, they had learned that the Protector's bloodline's golden blood could turn black, and when that time came, it would no longer be a holy aura, but rather berserk, murderous, and full of demonic power. Apart from this, everyone had heard that Duguyun had previously headed to Origin Ancient Mine, wishing to investigate something. As a result, black blood surged out from the ancient mine, pouring out from the ancient mine's entrance. There is something strange. How strong is this red-haired creature? We aren't going to all die here, right? No matter. If there is a battle, then so be it. Right now, some people were nervous, some excited, and there were others who longed for more information, all of them wishing to understand everything fully. Tu Tualan. That creature spoke, his silver pupils releasing a deep radiance, cold and penetrating. The long red hair covering his body made him look quite terrifying. Even the hair covering his face was full of this type of blood-red hair. Apart from his eyes, everything else was covered. He was replying to the Protector's descendant, communicating with him. Its words were a bit intense, quite domineering and strong, not scared of the people here at all. What was slightly reassuring was that even though he was extremely strong, his cultivation realm wasn't too much higher than everyone's, very likely also at the peak of the heavenly deity level like the young supreme beings. In addition, there was someone who was able to sense a wave of vigorous energy from the wisps of blood energy that were released from its body. This was a young expert, not an extremely old individual. Only heaven knew how many years this creature had been sealed for. How could he still be so young? Everyone was incredibly shocked, a bit perplexed, unable to understand why this was. However, it was precisely because he wasn't a powerful ancient being that everyone felt a bit more confidence. Lu Duo 11. Duguyun shouted angrily, arguing with it, his chests rising and falling intensely, appearing extremely unsatisfied and upset. What are they saying? What are they arguing about? Shurhao asked. Mo Dao shook his head, because he couldn't understand anything. This was the foreign land's most ancient emperor clan language, something not even a few present world emperor clans grasped. Strands of green moonlight passed through Qing Yi's beautiful eyes, her appearance gentle and divine. Her entire body was bathed in large amounts of pure and holy moonlight, aloof and free from vulgarity. They are discussing a place, the homeland of those with golden divine blood within them. Duguyun wants to find a path and head there, but that creature told him that it's impossible. The creature who left that place would be affected with the air of the mundane world, and thus no longer be able to return. Qing Yi's words left everyone shocked. What kind of place was this? Once you came out, you couldn't go back. The homeland of the Protectors was full of mysteries. It seemed to be an extremely divine place that didn't tolerate the aura of the mundane world. There were extremely strict rules about that place. According to what the red-haired creature said, Duguyun's ancestors, precisely the Protector's bloodline, came from that place, but they couldn't go back, so there was even less of a chance of their descendants being able to. The red-haired creature isn't willing to tell Duguyun, because he fears that he might search for it hastily and spark unnecessary trouble. Qing Yi added. Everyone revealed expressions of shock. There was a power that made even the other side feel restraining fear. Duguyun quarreled with it, clearly not agreeing. He wanted to find that ancient path and return to the pure land where his ancestors lived. This way make his golden blood even richer and stronger. Pu Si Ni Tung. The blood-colored hairy creature's silver pupils released an ice-cold light. It was warning Duguyun, not budging on this subject at all. The entire body of the descendant of the Protectors was covered in golden light, long hair even golden, the aura he released oppressive. He took half a step forward, making contact with that creature, his bearing also extremely forceful. Hong! Between the two, heaven overflowing divine flames erupted, the violent blaze burning everything until half the skies distorted, about to collapse. These were symbols produced from divine force. The divine flames weren't true flames, but rather the brilliance created when great Tao patterns flourished with the greatest brilliance. That creature said that once the ancient road is followed to the end and the realm gate is opened so he could enter, there would be mysterious powerful individuals that would be summoned. Xianxia said. She was translating the two individuals' dispute. Sometimes it was extremely precise, while sometimes some words' meanings were quite vague because she couldn't completely understand them either. However, the parts that were translated were already enough to leave everyone stupefied. Not only were there golden blood creatures, there were other terrifying clans. Normally speaking, they wouldn't step foot into the mundane world, but once they did end up crossing over, then the effects would be extremely serious. The red-haired creature didn't wish for things to get out of hand, thus not telling Duguyun. The emperor clans of the other side of the world have promised me that once I found you all, I can obtain the path. Why do you refuse? Duguyun roared. This time, he used the language of the 9 heavens 10 earths when he shouted out, seething with anger. His hand grabbed the red hair in front of that creature's chest. You dare take action against me? At this moment, this red-haired creature no longer used the ancient language either, instead using divine will, because they were no longer talking about secrets. He released a shout, the ground nearby rupturing, void becoming indistinct, twisting about. Hong! Astonishing symbols erupted between the two, dense and concentrated. A great battle broke out. The red-haired creature raised its hand, immediately grabbing Duguyun's wrist, twisting it in the opposite direction. Divine light surged, scarlet multicolored light burning. Divine force rushed out like ocean waves. In that instead, the two individuals' arms erupted with several types of great divine abilities, facing off and clashing fiercely. The void exploded, immortal energy pervading the air. The two individuals were sent flying at the same time, berating each other and continuously trading attacks. Large amounts of great Tao divine patterns were released. Even though they both flew backwards, they still continued to fight intensely. Chong! A divine lance appeared in that red-haired creature's hands. This weapon was like a spear, yet unlike a spear. It was even more ferocious. All those who used this type of weapon possessed ridiculous boldness and strength. At the same time, a heavenly spear appeared in the protector's descendant Duguyun's hands. Similarly a great weapon. All those who dared to use it astonishing individuals. The two weapons erupted with power, rushing out several hundred zhong from the blades, looking like two small golden mountains. They clashed together, sparks flying everywhere. At the same time, there were two types of great Tao divine sounds that rang out. Terrifying ripples were formed that crushed the void, even more so violently smashing into the observers. Exiled Immortal, Wang Shi, Lu Tuo, and the others were still better off as they cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, able to protect themselves, but it was different for the others. Blood spilled out from the mouths and noses of a few people with only 1 strand of immortal energy, their bodies staggering backwards. One could see how terrifying the collision between these two weapons was. It was because they were Tao weapons, the items they achieved the Tao through weapons that accompanied their growth. Right now, the ripples that were released from the weapons were the effects of both individuals' divine abilities overlaying. Even from quite far away, the power these blast waves possessed was still great. Duguyun landed on the ground. He held the heavenly spear in hand, his appearance handsome, long hair hanging down to his waist. His entire body released golden light, becoming more and more resplendent, burning brilliantly like a sun. The weapon in his hand pointed forward, his expression serious, carrying a wave of ice-cold killing intent. On the other side, the red-haired creature was rather tall. The moment he landed, with a raise of his hand, he immediately restricted 3 cultivators from afar, 2 from Heavenly Deity Institution, 1 from Immortal Academy. Pooh! His right hand had the divine lance in hand, while his right hand crushed one person's head with a pu sound. Blood began to flow towards his arm, vigorous life essence energy rising into the air. This all happened too quickly. Those 3 individuals didn't have time to evade, and none of the others had time to stop it. Ah! Those people all cried out miserably, their bodies starting to dry up at almost the same time, their flesh shriveling. Soon afterwards, their skin began to crack, looking like air-dried tangerines, wrinkled and dried up. This was absolutely terrifying. In that instant, this creature sucked a cultivator's life essence dry. After being sealed for endless time, It's been quite some time since I enjoyed meat. This type of feeling truly is refreshing. The red-haired creature revealed an infatuated expression, as if he was experiencing great pleasure. While speaking, the two others crushed under his feet had already withered up as well. Strand after strand of essence energy turned into blazing multicolored light, entering his body through the soles of his feet. One could clearly see that both of his legs were shining. If not for the hair blocking them, they would be almost transparent. Two waves of surging life essence energy entered his body, replenishing his energy. "You dare!" Many people were furious, loudly berating him when they were able to react. The era really has changed. The insignificant clans that had worshipped us as divine existences now dare to point their weapons at us. The creature covered in long red hair spoke, the long lance in hand. He stretched his body, looking incredibly relaxed. The three cultivators he absorbed just now seemed to have left him extremely satisfied, his vitality becoming even more vigorous. Kacha. Meanwhile, when he moved his body, the red hair released sharp and clear sounds. As he moved forward, piece after piece of brilliant matter fell out, dropping from the hair, landing on the ground. What is that? Many people were shocked. They felt a wave of divine aura, as if these were things condensed from a type of viscous liquid, previously sealing this creature. This is the main reason why it was able to live until now, Xianxia said. Otherwise, there was no way this person could have lasted all this time with his current cultivation realm. He couldn't have continued living, moreover maintaining his youthful state. This is a liquid refined by undying beings, able to seal all things, prevent them from decaying, allowing them to live for as long as the world. Dao also spoke, revealing an expression of shock. Xianxia turned around and looked at him. Even though he didn't say anything, his inquiring appearance was clear. If I am not wrong, this should be the descendant of an ancient emperor clan from the other side. This clan of theirs was sealed here. Dao said. What else do you know? Xianxia continued asking. There should be a Dao seed here, the emperor clan previously coming precisely for it. That seed is known as a heavenly seed, something that an unmatched great figure had previously even felt regret over. Dao said quietly. A great figure feeling regret for? Xianxia was shocked, feeling extremely confused. Correct. There was a powerful figure, accomplishments reaching the undying level, who thought back to the events of his younger years, previously feeling regret that he missed out on this heavenly seed. If he had used this seed to seek the Tao, his accomplishments would have been even more terrifying, reaching an unimaginable state. Dao said. Xianxia was shocked, immediately thinking of many things. The legends really weren't completely baseless. 5 magic sealing heavenly seed. There really was a corresponding astonishing Tao seed. Even the foreign creatures previously continuously thought about it. If it was a normal person, then it was one thing, but that was an undying being, an existence that existed forever with the world, alive all this time. That giant was extremely powerful, no one knowing what era he was born in. Not even a time he was completely defeated. Among the divine images consecrated in the temples on the other side, there would definitely be one of him. Dao said it like this. This type of information was too shocking. An unmatched giant, a paramount existence's regret. Just how extraordinary was that heavenly seed? This place is extremely dangerous, the so-called sealed refinement of medicine within a pill furnace. What is sealed might very well be a certain foreign emperor clan. Qing came to this conclusion. The red-haired creature before them was definitely not the only one. There were definitely elders, more powerful existences, just that only this person broke free thus far. The red-haired creature moved again, brandishing the divine lance in its hands. Heavenly winds swept about, the void caving in, chaotic energy surging. A blinding streak of light was drawn out by the lance's blade as it thrusted forward. Dang! The protector's descendant Dugu Yun's body was like cast from metal, dazzling and brilliant. The heavenly spear in his hands rushed up to meet it, hacking down with the massive heavy weapon. When the two divine weapons collided, it was as if small mountains smashed into each other, sparks flying in all directions, divine radiance erupting. It was as if planets collided here, making heaven and earth split apart, the sounds deafening, dazzling radiance filling every inch of space, making one's mind pound. This was a great decisive battle, the two individuals opposing each other with equal harshness, their strength similar, difficult for one side to get an edge over the other. Everyone's expressions changed. Even Lu Tuo, Yao Yu, and those like them were shocked, feeling threatened. They cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, but when they saw these two, their expressions all became serious. Too strong, the number of people able to face them too few. Not many people could stop their advance. Someone said with a sigh, "Do you really want to cross that realm gate?" That creature covered in long red hair shouted, "I do. I want to return to the ancestral land, bathe in golden sacred rivers, allow my body to transform, the golden blood to boil." Duguyun said. This was a type of ceremony, and even more so their clan's journey of rebirth. If he could experience this type of ceremony, it would make him more powerful, bring him to the very peak. Your clan isn't the only one there. There are other clans too. No one will let you go through the realm gate. Once they find you, you will be killed without exception, the red-haired creature said. This is something I need to worry about, not your business. I just need you to tell me the ancient path to that realm gate. Duguyun insisted on advancing. Good. Since you are this stubborn, I'll give you a chance, the red-haired creature said coldly, his silver pupils immediately becoming incredibly deep. In addition, he withdrew backwards, putting away the divine lance, stopping the battle. This place was in quite the bad state. There were clearly divine patterns and other things underground, but it was still struck until it broke apart. Only the shoddy temple and low mountain remained. The red-haired creature pointed at the mountain wall, saying, "Release my ancestors, and I will tell you." Qing Yi immediately translated his words, informing everyone, instantly triggering a huge uproar. No one could remain quiet anymore, all of them glaring at them angrily. Truly unbridled, are treating us like empty air, saying this type of thing in front of our faces. There were immediately people who became furious. Even though they knew that this creature was extremely strong, they still couldn't help but berate out loud, using their divine wills to transmit sound. That red-haired creature was large and tall, leaning against the lance as he looked at the one who spoke in disdain, not treating him with any importance, coldly saying, "You thing that doesn't know the height and depth of heaven and earth. Even someone like you can interrupt me when I speak." While speaking, he raised his right hand. An enormous expanse of light appeared, forming a dragon claw, then quickly clawing towards that person. "Oh!" A great dragon roared. That giant dragon claw tore through space, immediately arriving, covering heaven and earth as it descended. That person's expression immediately changed, discovering that he couldn't move at all, trapped in place. If no one took action, he would, without a doubt, die right here. The difference between the red-haired creature and himself was far too great. Everyone naturally wouldn't just watch from the side. Sure Hao frowned, about to take action. But Xian Kuan was closer, already roaring out, sending a fist smashing outwards to stop that dragon claw. Dang! In the void, that fist and dragon claw collided, unexpectedly like metal when they made contact. The metallic vibrating sound almost directly rupturing everyone's eardrums. The noise too great. 2 strands of true immortal energy, 1 strand fake, yet you dare show yourself before me. Do you like making an exhibition of yourself? The red-haired creature said. This time, he used his divine will so everyone could hear him. Unbridled. Xian Kuan was furious. After all, he had 3 strands of immortal energy around him, a top-level expert at the heavenly deity realm. Never had he been humiliated and looked down on like this before. It's not that I want to criticize you if you fought alone, coming one by one. I could kill you all alone. The red-haired creature held the divine lance single-handedly, aiming it at everyone. Hong! What he got in response was Xian Kuan's palm. His 5 fingers closed, every single one sparkling, releasing 5-colored multicolored light and flowing with 5 elements divine force. The others were all angry as well. This red-haired creature had been sealed for so many years, yet he was still so wild and domineering, looking down on the experts of the 9 heavens 10 earths, making everyone furious. They all wanted Xianxia to win. Qi, the divine lance shone, 10,000 streaks of blazing divine radiance erupting, tearing open the void. The red-haired creature was too powerful, holding the divine lance just like that, brandishing it about, divine might unstoppable. He wanted to cripple Xianxia's palm. That divine lance's blade shone, illuminating the sky. Chaotic energy surged, the attack exceptionally terrifying. In that instant, this place was surrounded by Tao sound. Xianxia's palm strength erupted like a flood, divine patterns interweaving, dense and concentrated, surrounding this place. In addition, he then quickly formed imprints using a type of ancient heavenly art, could be said to have used his most powerful methods, wanting to truly suppress and kill the red-haired creature and win. The two figures tangled together, the battle incredibly intense. Suddenly, golden lotuses appeared in that red-haired creature's surroundings one after another, the flower petals enormous, wrapping him within. There was unexpectedly and all methods immunity power. This happened extremely abruptly, Xianxia's attacks almost losing effects. Even though he struggled with everything he had, he was still at a disadvantage. Qi, the divine lance was like a rainbow, shattering the heavens, immediately slicing down. It turned into 10,000 blades, lance images appearing everywhere, cold and sharp, incredibly terrifying. Xianxia wasn't a match. Moreover, no one expected the last few strikes to be so miserable. Following a pu sound, blood splashed several dozen feet into the air. The divine lance's point more frightening than heaven's blade, directly hacking down. Blood surged, and then a muffled groan was produced. The moment Xianxia's right arm was removed, he immediately entered an even more dangerous situation. A cruel smile appeared at the corners of the red-haired creature's lips, his eyes vicious. He brandished the divine lance, sweeping it over. Pooh! Bloody light gushed out. Xianxia screamed, experiencing the greatest suffering. His body was cut into two, and then it collapsed, falling into a puddle of blood. He was chopped into two, directly having his vertebra smashed by that divine lance, severed at the waist, the scene too horrible to endure. Even you, a fake supreme being, wants to contend against me, to speak against an emperor clan's young supreme being? The red-haired creature shouted, brandishing the divine lance, about to stab it into Xianxia's head. Many people shouted out angrily. The changes happened too abruptly. Everyone wanted to stop it, but they were too far. The will was there, but not the strength. Qi, sword light rushed into the heavens. At this moment, those with 3 strands of immortal energy from the 2 academies naturally wouldn't just watch with folded arms. They all took action one after the other. However, they were just a bit too far, unable to arrive in time. Dang! At the critical moment, Duguyun, who was standing at the very front, closest to the red-haired creature, reached out a finger. A streak of blinding radiance shot out from his finger, stopping the divine lance. Then he even more so pressed forward, striking out with the heavenly spear. Sparks flew everywhere, immortal energy surging, stopping the divine lance. What are you doing? Do you not want to learn where that ancient realm door is anymore? The red-haired creature shouted. At this moment, the others' attacks arrived, divine radiance pouring down like rain, covering heaven and earth, smashing towards him. Even the red-haired creature didn't dare face all of this head-on, no matter how arrogant he was. This wasn't just 1 or 2 young supreme beings he was dealing with. When they all took action like this, he would definitely be blown up if he faced them all head-on. Shua! He left behind an afterimage, quickly retreating backwards, immediately arriving in front of the stone wall, ready to withdraw into that door's world at any time. Someone walked up, lifting up the 2 pieces of Xianxia's body. The suffering Xianxia went through couldn't be alleviated. The divine lance carried terrifying divine patterns, not only cutting at his body. Right now, it even corroded his vital energy, making his physical body wither up. The 2 pieces of his body joined up, but even though the bleeding quickly stopped, merging together, The bones and inner organs were in tatters, suffering the corrosion and burning of the leftover divine patterns. Xianxia lost all fighting strength, unable to take action anymore. Just a group of livestock. Yet you all dare compete against an emperor clan, not knowing the difference between life and death, the red-haired creature said coldly. Everyone's expressions immediately changed, all of them absolutely furious. The so-called livestock were basically the chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, food to be eaten. He was actually comparing them like this, absolute contempt and disdain. With a hoo-la sound, a group of people surrounded over, about to rise up in attack. The red-haired creature directly supported the stone wall with a single hand, and then turned around to leave, saying, "Do any of you have the courage to fight me one-on-one? Or I'll permit you all to fight in a group of 3. Do any of you dare?" This was an undisguised provocation, not placing these people in his eyes at all, full of disdain towards the young talents who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, actually letting them join hands. Everyone felt a type of sullenness brewing within them. Immortal Academy's experts were the first to burst. They had to stop him, about to fight with him. "I'll help you all satisfy your desires to be defeated." The red-haired creature laughed coldly. "Cease your insolence and come fight," that person shouted. "Fine." Duguyun nodded. "You?" In the distance, everyone's expressions changed, feeling shock and anger. The Protector's descendant was actually going to stand together with a foreign emperor clan? Excellent. Do you see the diagram patterns on the stone wall? Inside that precious picture is a heavenly seed. As long as you move it away, you can rescue my clan's experts. The red-haired creature pointed at the stone wall. Apart from that gate, there were also other engravings on the stone wall, the most eye-catching a precious picture. Its aura was grand, as if it was going to come out of the wall. The precious picture was moist and sparkling. Even though it was a stone engraving, right now it was flowing with misty brilliance. Everyone's minds trembled. The heavenly seed really did exist, and it was just inside that precious picture, so how could they not be moved? Look at that stone wall. It is a diagram, but there is actually a world that you have to enter inside. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You will have a chance of obtaining a heavenly seed. Even an unmatched giant felt regret over not being able to obtain. Then everyone's minds trembled. The heavenly seed really did exist, and it was just inside that precious picture, so how could they not be moved? The red-haired creature tempted. "What do I need to do?" Duguyun calmly asked. "Need your golden blood. Best if there is other precious blood too." When the red-haired creature spoke up to hear, he looked at everyone and then settled on Wang Shi, saying, "Just now you had previously attacked me with sword energy. It is the chaos calming art no matter how I look at it. Could it be that you are the descendant of the ones who stopped my realm's great army back then? You! Come over!" The powerful individuals he spoke of came from the middle stages of Immortal Ancient Great Era. There were previously swords that stopped the foreign great army from invading, successfully calming the chaos, obtaining an undefeated reputation. "You should speak less nonsense. Fight against me first," Immortal Academy's person said coldly. "As you wish." The red-haired creature attacked, fighting an intense battle in front of that stone wall. The result was extremely cruel. That expert was penetrated by the divine lance and fished into the air. "Do you dare come and fight? His life and death will depend on your choice," the red-haired creature said to Wang Shi. Everyone felt their minds tremble, feeling a bit frightened. This foreign emperor clan expert was too vicious, continuously defeating 2 young supreme beings. Wang Shi's beautiful appearance changed. If she didn't take action, when the time came, Immortal Academy would blame her. She had to fight. Pooh! Immortal Academy's person was flung out, blood dyeing his body red. That divine spear had just stabbed through his thoracic cavity. The injury truly frightening. His body was completely pierced through, the hole connected from one end to the other. "Kill!" the red-haired creature shouted, standing together with Wang Shi, fighting intensely, wishing to subdue the chaos-calming art. Many people held their breaths, all of them hoping for Wang Shi to win. It was because this foreign emperor clan expert was too unbridled, viewing them like dogs. Unfortunately, their wishes were beautiful, but reality was cruel. After fighting the great battle for a long time, Wang wasn't a match. The golden lotus petals blocking the sword energy, divine lance stabbing straight at her. Pooh! Wang's shoulder dripped with blood. Even though it wasn't life-threatening, she was injured. She staggered backwards. The red-haired creature didn't continue to attack, instead grabbing the blood that scattered out, giving it a taste. This is the taste. Perhaps it can be used to lift the restrictions as well, can be considered a type of precious blood. Soon afterwards, he raised his head, his eyes resplendent like divine lamps as he looked at everyone. Then, he looked at Qingyi, saying, "You can understand my ancient emperor language, and there is even a mysterious immortal Tao aura within your body. So you'll have to do. You're next. Come over. I need your blood." No one made any noise now, not showing any anger, instead calming down, all of them looking towards Qingyi's direction. It was because they all knew that there was a killing disaster there, and he was probably going to take action now. As expected, Hao walked up one step after another. "I've been waiting for this chance for a long time already. I've been itching to fight against an emperor clan of the other side of the world. And what kind of thing are you? What I want is that woman, not you, so get lost." The red-haired creature was incredibly arrogant, actually berating Hao like this. "The one who is going to be bleeding is you." Hao didn't display anger, but his tone was incredibly cold. He directly pressed forward.